itself. We're fortunate in this panel, Archives Unbound, to have 5 very fortunate people who Elizabeth Robinson has given access to their archives early. I'm sure it wasn't a underground, kind of a white glove, dusty experience that I've had, but maybe there was food and chocolate and laughter and friendship. And we're going to get an opportunity to learn what some of the choices these researchers have made in this precious archive, and begin to imagine what some of the trajectories of that research might allow us to think about, to learn, to know, as we begin to investigate all of the materials that have been generously donated to the library. I'm Stephanie Batiste. I'm a faculty member in the English department here at UCSB, was joint appointed to Black Studies and English for 12 good years, and Cedric, it was a good time. Cedric was my neighbor, and like many of you, I miss him very much. In honor of Elizabeth's and Cedric's work, we welcome these panelists to share their research with us.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm gonna take 5 minutes, hopefully not more, because we want to actually leave as much time as we can for everyone's questions. I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes to introduce our distinguished panel just now. First up is Jordan Camp and Christina Heatherton. For those of you who know conjuncture, you already know Jordan and Christina very well, so I'll do my formal job. Yes, please, applause. Jordan Camp is Associate Professor of American Studies and founding co-director of the Social Justice Institute at Trinity College, a visiting fellow at the University of Connecticut Humanities Institute, and will be a visiting scholar at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in fall 2024, and a Stuart Hall Fellow in the Hutchins Center for African and African American Research at Harvard University in spring 2025. He is the author of Incarcerating the Crisis, Freedom Struggles, and the Rise of the Neoliberal State, which came out in 2016. Co-editor with Christina of Policing the Planet, Why the Policing Crisis Led to Black Lives Matter in 2016. And co-editor with Laura Pulido of the late Clyde Woods' Development Drowned and Reborn, the Blues and Bourbon Restorations in Post-Katrina New Orleans. He is the co-host and co-producer of the Conjuncture podcast and web series. Please give Jordan Camp a huge round of applause. Christina Heatherton is Elting Associate Professor of American Studies and Human Rights at Trinity College. She's the author of the very, very renowned book, Arise, Global Radicalism in the Era of the Mexican Revolution. Please give Christina a huge round of applause. With Jordan, she previously edited Policing the Planet, Why the Policing Crisis Led to Black Lives Matter. She previously founded and co-directed several public-facing initiatives, including New Directions in American Studies, the Oral History and Activism Project, and the Working Group on Racial Capitalism, which is a project of the Center for the Study of Social Difference at Columbia. She's the editor of Downtown Blues, a Skid Row reader, out from Freedom Now Books in 2011, and co-editor with Jordan of Freedom Now, Struggles for the Human Right to Housing in LA and Beyond. She is also co-host and co-producer of Conjuncture and co-directs the Trinity Social Justice Institute. You can give her a second round of applause. Thank you, Christina. Next up is Yousuf Al-Bulushi, who teaches in the Department of Global and International Studies at the University of California, Irvine. He works on political geography, political economy, and social movements. His book, the most recent one, Ruptures in the Afterlife of the Apartheid City, explores the South African shack dweller organization Abashlali Baze Mondiolo and the lessons it offers to parallel struggles across the world. He's a member of the editorial collective of the journal Antipode, a contributing editor for the journal Transforming Anthropology, and a hub faculty member of the UC system-wide Marxist Institute for Research. Please give Yousuf a huge round of applause. Our next speaker, many of you already know Matt. Our next speaker is Matthew Harris, who is currently a provost postdoctoral fellow and incoming assistant professor at the University of Chicago Divinity School. He finished his PhD here in religious studies at UC Santa Barbara. And I want to give a quick shout out to Matt for now being a faculty member at the Popular University for Gaza at the University of Chicago. And a dedicated striker and strike organizer while being a UAW member at UCSB, and someone in whose footsteps I have been very honored to follow. Our final speaker for this panel is Joshua Myers, and I want to just dwell in Joshua's description for a bit because it is also an homage to Howard. So, as an assistant professor of Africana Studies in the Department of Afro-American Studies at the Venerable Howard University, a mecca of global blackness, Joshua Myers studies, lives, and advances the radical black tradition. Myers specializes in Africana heritages, intellectual histories, philosophies, and musics, and as a historian and theorist, investigates the cycles of overt violence and subtler disciplinary silence that the black radical tradition is met with in the university. Joshua Myers is the author of Black Studies, Cedric Robinson, and the Time of the Black Radical Tradition, We Are Worth Fighting For, a history of the Howard University student protest of 1989, and serves as the editor for A Gathering Together, which is a literary journal, as well as The Compass, the journal of the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. Alongside publishing in over a dozen journals and literary spaces, Joshua Myers coordinates the SNCC Legacy Project's Black Power Chronicles Oral History Project, serves as a senior producer for the Africa World Now Project, and organizes for Washington, D.C.'s Positive Black Folks in Action. Please give Joshua Myers a huge round of applause. Just a quick heads up to the panel. I have time cards, so I'll time you, and from here kind of wave a 5-minute, 2-minute, and time sign. So just so you know, I don't mean to be rude, but I might have to exercise moderator privileges. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. It's really an honor and a delight to be here. I'm going to speak into this mic and just going to get this PowerPoint up. To honor Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson, who, you know, Cedric was a member of my dissertation committee. He was someone I deeply admired and loved. I also had the great chance of working with Elizabeth on No Alibis. I'm pleased, or Nasha and Jacob here, they were our first guests when Christina and I moved to Hartford, Connecticut. I certainly hope the Robinsons know how you mean to me. So, okay, I'm going to try to get a lot in 10 minutes. In my brief comments today, in celebration of the Robinson Archive, I want to focus on the relevance of Cedric's unpublished book project on the Black response to fascism, and his project to break the stranglehold of bourgeois thought through a critical theory. I want to offer a read of his archive and suggest its potential contribution for confronting the fascism of our time. I first learned about his long-term research project on fascism during my time working with him here at UC Santa Barbara between 2005 and 2011 as a student in his classes like Black Radical Thought in the 20th Century, and as a member of my dissertation committee. We would often meet. I smoked cigarettes, he smoked a pipe at the local coffee shops. I wouldn't have quit if Cedric was still around. I miss those conversations a lot. So he showed me this folder first, though, when I was a grad student in one of my visits to he and Elizabeth's home in Goleta, a project where he sought to understand the transformation of the radio priest, Father Coughlin, from a populist to a fascist. And he wanted to understand the intersection of race and class. He had developed a theoretical framework of fascism in the wake of the publication of Black Marxism and the resurgence of the far right in the US and the world in the aftermath of Vietnam. Robinson sought to understand fascism in relationship to fundamental transformations in the capitalist world system, and in dialogue with radical thinkers like W.E.B. Du Bois, like Angela Y. Davis, who I know is here, Walter Rodney, A.C. Vanandan, and more. Consider, for example, a lecture he gave on Du Bois and Black Reconstruction in the Radical 30s in the lecture hall we were in yesterday. I filmed it in May 2009. Make sure it's up.
Much of what you saw was a fantasy, an invention, a conceit. That is, it avoids the extraordinary period before Reconstruction is initiated, and it also avoids, of course, the black codes that Du Bois gives some close attention to in the chapter called Looking Backward. But let's pull back from a moment from Du Bois's project of rescuing, retrieving history from American historians, and look at another direction in which Du Bois was concerned, and that was with revolutionary theory. And particularly revolutionary theory associated with Marx. And Lenin. Marx had argued that the revolution against capital, the revolution against the bourgeois social order, would be a revolution which would be led by an industrial proletariat. Du Bois is addressing that all the way through Black Reconstruction. Marx had also argued that the revolution against the bourgeois social order, would emerge from the industrial core. And what indeed happened at the end of the 19th and into the 20th century was that the revolutions were occurring outside of the core. The revolution that first incited a problem with Marxian revolutionary theory was in South Africa, and after the Boers, and after South Africa, it was Russia.
I wish I had time to show you the whole clip, but he emphasizes here how Du Bois developed a theoretical understanding of racism and the capitalist world system in his time, the Radical 30s, but also the need to do a concrete analysis of the system in our own time. And he emphasized how racial regimes wear thin over time, for attention to the ways that racism serves as a cover to, as he put it, and I'm quoting, erase and conceal class. You've never seen a poor white person, he would declare, but you have become accustomed to white trash, a conceit that he would treat with appropriate disdain and with his infectious humor. We continued the conversation as Christina and I conducted an interview with he and Elizabeth on the 30th anniversary of Black Marxism in December 2013, as we co-organized the 2014 conference Confronting Racial Capitalism, the Black Radical Tradition and Cultures of Opposition, with Ruthie Gilmore at CUNY and with Nikhil Pal Singh at NYU. And when I returned to his home to give him a copy of my first book, which had been my dissertation, Incarcerating the Crisis, just before he passed in 2016. And then Christina had the great chance to go to the Tammet Library, thanks to the wonderful Shannon O'Neill, to interview Elizabeth on the 40th anniversary of Black Marxism.
Impact of media on our lives is huge at this point in time. And we need to understand not only that it's there, but that its race and class elements were intentional. If you look at the movies, if you look at even a lot of union activities, you can see the way in which media have intervened and in which the constructions of society at large are contained by imposing racialized moments on everything.
So you can watch the full interview on the Social Justice Institute website.
Impact of media.
But I just want to say that Elizabeth also welcomed us into their home to look at the Robinson archive. We went in December 2021 and then came back last year in February. And we were particularly concerned with the implications of Cedric Robinson's critical theory of fascism amidst the neo-fascist attack on higher education being waged by people like Chris Rufo and the Manhattan Institute. We'd of course read portions of his book on fascism in the volume edited by HQ on racial capitalism, Black internationalism, and cultures of resistance, but went through the archive in the hope we could locate the entire manuscript and at minimum consider some of the questions, sources, and theories he had used to answer his questions. Returning to the archive, I want to suggest some of the potential contributions in our own time. This neo-fascist attack, the genocidal war on Gaza, extreme xenophobic nationalism, the resurgence of fascist forms of right-wing populism in the US and the world, and suggest the stakes in his critical theory. Now, Robinson, I'm getting ahead here. Robinson, I'm just saying I only have 1 minute here, so I'm going to try to say a lot here. He provided a distinct counterpoint to the ideas of exceptionalism about fascism that limited it to a particular history and geography, the interwar conjuncture in Europe. And he thought that this limited geography and history to Italy in the 20s, Germany and Europe in the 30s, and that declared to have ended in 1945 would not do. That fascism persisted well beyond World War II and well beyond Europe. In this way, he analyzed fascism, as he put it, as a specific form of bourgeois reaction. He offered a critical theory of fascism to break with the hold of what he described as a bourgeois historiography. His critical theory of fascism provides a way of recognizing that fascism coincided, as he put it, with a virulent stigmatization of African, Asian, and Native American peoples. This emphasis on racism's centrality to fascism was and is debated. People say that, Mussolini's Italy was different than, Nazis' Germany. But Robinson took issue with this, and I want to say that his emphasis on racism's centrality to fascism resonates with Antonio Gramsci's own emphasis on how racist constructions of the peasants in the Italian South led to fascism. I'll try to make 2 more points. In fact, as Robinson put it in this letter to his editor, he conceptualized, and I'm quoting him, the Black movement in Gramscian terms. The inception, social sufficiency, articulation of organic intellectuals, and their emergence from alternative Black experiences. He didn't think it was enough thinking from this alternative archive of the Black radical social theorists like Du Bois, James, Padmore, that it could be limited to right-wing extremism. He thought that fascism was no more exceptional than colonialism and slavery, as Robin Kelly has taught us for so long. In this way, he understood fascism as joining together militarism, racialist authoritarianism, mob violence, millenarian Christian nationalisms, sexism, which taken together provided a means for capitalist elites to shore up power. He thought it would be a mistake to depict fascism as a, quote, inherent national trait or limited to a particular culture or class. Now, in the manuscript, this is the latest one that I could find, we can see he talks about Padmore, Oliver Cromwell Cox, James, But crucially, he didn't think everyone agreed. There were debates between the intellectuals and in the movements, and I think honoring Cedric's legacy would mean attending to some of those debates. He took up and extended the concept in dialogue with some of his colleagues at Binghamton about the capitalist world system, particularly Terence Hopkins and Wallerstein, as Arun Kunani said earlier, with his colleagues at Race and Class, who you can see here. What I want to conclude with by saying just really quickly is that while Robinson grappled with the meaning of fascism in the 80s and 90s, our task is to do the work of reading this archive in and for our present. The law and order agendas of the last 4.5 decades have evolved into a neo-fascist insurgency that transcends the boundaries of the nation state. These movements have military training. They have weapons. They see themselves as engaged in a long war, first declared in the 80s and then jumped scales when the militia movement grew to 7 million people by the 1990s, the very moment that Robinson was writing The Black Response to Fascism. His critical theory of fascism, and I'll stop, can be adapted to understand the fascism of our time, the present conjuncture, marked by a crisis of U.S. hegemony and for capitalism in the wake of failed U.S. wars on Afghanistan and Iraq, the pandemic, the Biden administration's support for the genocidal war on Gaza, Trump's reemergence as the leader of the neo-fascist movement, climate chaos, and one of the largest refugee crises since World War II. At the same time, social protests have laid bare the inability of capitalism and the state to solve social problems or meet the demands of anti-systemic movements, and in this conjuncture, we might learn to listen to Robinson's insistence to his friend Terence Hopkins that our choice is between fascism and democracy. So thank you very much.
Okay. So free Palestine. Yeah. All power to the striking UAW workers. And lastly, I'm going to go 2.5 minutes over. I tried. Okay. The greatest archive in the world is in Goleta, California. Let me do that again. The greatest archive in the world is in Goleta, California. To find it, you must turn your back to the ocean, past the shade of eucalyptus groves and through the chirping wetlands. You must follow the air until it is bright with lemon trees and warm with sumac. There, in the soft breeze, where the road ends at a terracotta house, you will find it at the table of Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson. There is no card catalog or digital finding aid. There is no flat file. There is just a table. On it sits a tiny vase of white flowers, a small bowl of olives, and a smaller one for the pits. If you are lucky enough to be welcomed inside, you will sit down and you will pass through. This is not an archive, but a portal. Listen, and you will learn of two intertwined lives who together have touched the whole world. In a voice deep and sonorous, Elizabeth will tell you the story. Hers begins where the atom bomb was born, in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Listen, and she will play you her interview with a man about the history of the Black community there. In a corner, Marvin Gaye will wail from a record player. He sings the song that she and Cedric first heard driving over the Bay Bridge upon their return from England. There, they joined a motley crew of minds from South Africa, Sri Lanka, Jamaica, Ireland, and London's East End, all fastened on empire and revolution. Elizabeth and Cedric listened to speeches, to music and jokes. They learned to hear harmony and dissonance. For years, they thought together about war, about pain, and about transformation. The walls still hold their conversations. There are voices of other people, seldom asked, who know about these things. From hidden archives and overlooked places, Elizabeth and Cedric knew how to elevate them. For the unaware, Cedric would write, nothing was amiss. For the aware, everything is already present. Listen, and she will tell you what they learned. Listen, and you will learn how to listen. The air of the house still rings with Najda's laughter after years of running down the stairs. Sweet conspiracies of ice cream between Jacob and his grandfather still linger. Decades of joyous meals with friends and family emit their own radiant light. The table is always full. When you turn away from it, items appear. Suddenly a faded photograph, suddenly a precious pamphlet. Delicate pages of Walter Rodney flutter to life. Like an incantation, you hear her say, I thought you might be interested. At the door sit the newest issues of Race and Class, parting gifts for guests to build their own archives. Before leaving, Elizabeth will hand you a copy along with a joke or clever quip that summarizes what you've learned together. And above the smiles and shared laughter, Cedric will always look over at her in amazement. He will ask, almost to himself, isn't she wonderful? And she is. The threshold of the Robinson Archive is shaped by wonder. Every time you step through, you learn what it is to love and to be loved, the heart, of course, of any true revolution. So I am so proud to be with you today at this event commemorating the opening of the Robinson Archive. I want to thank all the organizers who made today's event possible, and Alvaro, who's helped us so wonderfully with the sound. I also want to make sure to thank Crystal, Tiffany, HQ, Frankie, Maricela, and everyone who made the 2004 event possible. It's an honor to be here with this fantastic panel. As you can see, I'm not sitting next to Matt because you might not be able to tell us apart. My heartfelt thanks to Najda, Jacob, Cedric, and Elizabeth. Over the years, they have taught me that archiving is a living practice because archiving is a practice of living. Today, I'll say a few things about the archive, about Cedric's work and legacy, and about the lessons of this collaborative practice at present. And following Cedric's lead, I'm going to open with two epigraphs from the archive. The first, history is a living thing, not a body of facts. C.L.R. James. The second, the more disciplined the intelligence behind a work and urgent the anxiety surrounding its subject, the more fugitive its meaning may be. Cedric Robinson. The first epigraph is from Cedric's opening to his 1990 paper for the American Political Science Association, and the second comes from his chapter to the 1995 volume, The Changing Racial Regime, edited by Matthew Holden. So the existence of an archive is always a temporal claim. It not only documents the past, it lays claim to a future in which the materials will be used, a future which the archive itself might desire to bring into being. The Robinson Archive is accordingly freighted with hope and with meaning. Much weight is imposed upon Cedric for a past he is imagined as linking us to, and a yearning for the possibilities that that link might yield. The tension between understanding and projection was something that preoccupied Cedric. In an undated class lecture titled On Moving West, for example, he meditates on the German verb verstehen, to understand. He writes, quote, I have chosen the term verstehen because more than other identifications, it leaves the question of reconciliation or resolution open, unquote. And I think this is the proper orientation to approach the Robinson Archive. Cedric also devotes much work towards thinking about generations, particularly through C.L.R. James. In Black Marxism, he describes how James became, quote, a living, absorbing link between his generation and a past of which most had only a vague notion, or just as frequently, a profound expectation. In the Robinson Archive is the guide to the C.L.R. James Archive, which was prepared by Anna Grimshaw, where she describes, quote, how James's ideas were molded by his participation in different moments of history. In the Robinson Archive, we find something similar, something unexpected, questions rather than answers, a living, breathing reckoning with the nastiness of the moments that shaped it. It forces us to confront our own projections and compels us to consider what we owe our present moment, one marked simultaneously by profound hope and profound dematerialization. In 1999, Cedric gave a speech on the 30th anniversary of ethnic studies here at UC Santa Barbara entitled Museums of Knowledge and Streams of Consciousness. There he reflected on his own generation of scholars who emerged from anti-colonial struggles in the 1960s. And he says, surprisingly, that his generation had been somewhat naive. He compares them to an earlier generation of so-called race scholars, men who had been active parts of racism's machinery, men who operated as, quote, agents of racial enterprises. These are men who include Roger Casement, King Leopold's agent in the Congo, or Franz Boas, who helped curate living exhibitions of so-called primitive people at the Chicago World's Fair. Each man had had a change of heart that caused them to investigate the machinery which they had helped to reproduce. They understood what Cedric described as the, quote, calculated deliberateness, the massive apparatus, and the awesome resources employed to construct a cultural framework within which race was comprehended as natural. For Cedric, this earlier generation understood that race thinking was not natural. Racialism, he writes, quote, was not merely a stream of consciousness culturally transmitted from generation to generation. It was not simply group psychology. It was and is not principally a correlate of undereducation and popular ignorance. It was more particularly administered, managed, and subsidized. Cedric was present at the birth of Black studies, not only in its formal institutionalization, but as Robin Kelley has elsewhere described, at the initial stirrings of its intellectual formations, which first occurred outside of colleges in the organizing efforts and consciousness of people engaged in struggle, quote, the daily encounters and petty resistances to domination, the necessary routine practices which ultimately, quote, lent themselves to the preparation for more epic resistance movements. Cedric famously noted that Black studies is revolutionary in its political and historical origins and intellectual impulses. To paraphrase C.L.R. James, he says, Black studies is a critique of Western civilization. But as Cedric always stressed, revolutionary foundations never guarantee revolutionary outcomes. He continues, hegemonic control of Black studies is as important to capital as any other field of knowledge production. On this note, I would like to say something about the term racial capitalism and the way Cedric's legacy is wrapped up in it. As the term has become captured in academic debate, Cedric, I think, has become something of a straw man in it. But I'd like to say here that Cedric was a man, a brilliant, funny, very gentle man, a friend, a mentor, and a teacher. He was committed to global solidarity for struggles around the world, particularly in Palestine, Ireland, Nicaragua, South Africa, throughout the US and beyond. He was a formidable scholar who wrote many other works outside of Black Marxism. At his funeral, Elizabeth decried how he was overlooked in his own life. It is a wonder then how his legacy is often misattributed to one term from one part of one book, and that he is debated and often jealously repudiated for a recognition that he never actually achieved in his own life. Racial capitalism is often defined by or roughly gestured to through Robinson's usage of the term in Black Marxism. Of course, the term has no fixed meaning. It rather seems to index a series of debates that continue to unfold. The false presentation of racial capitalism's resolution is part of its capture, and it has enabled several bad faith arguments to propagate, ones that actually inhibit solidarity. The most egregious is the liberal argument that the Marxist tradition has not dealt with racism. In a seemingly radical move, liberal writers can appear to draw on the term to argue that the inattention to racism discredits the entire Marxist tradition. Such a critique can allow scholars to hedge, claiming figures like James, like Rodney, like Winter, and others as Marxist in rooms where that is advantageous, and alternately disclaim such affiliations, allowing themselves to be claimed within what Arun Kundnani has described as liberal anti-racism. There is no doubt credence that some Marxist traditions retain a stubborn refusal to engage with analyses of racism. David McNally has described the, quote, inescapable cycle of white man Marxism, who bristle at the inference that racism can be integrated into a more generalized theory of capital accumulation, and boo to them. But neither Cedric nor those who drew upon were stuck at this impasse. So as we move through different rooms, we must ask who we are allowing to set the terms of this debate. We can and often do find ourselves repeating the names Du Bois, James, Jones, Rodney, and now Robinson. And I worry that rehearsing this litany can sometimes stand in for an engagement. While these figures might have been broadly unified against racism and capitalism, they were not univocal. There are multiple and contradictory ways that each figure considered the specific articulations of capitalism and racism, and in turn proposed to overcome them. We should, as Cabral said, neither claim easy victories nor reinscribe false resolutions. Each of these figures came from movements of struggle through which their analysis was grounded. None sought to produce trans-historical answers. Often Marxist traditions who claim the mantle of legitimacy within this litany of names are the very ones against whom these thinkers wrote and thought against. As Cedric warned of such projections in a 1990 keynote address about depictions of Africa, quote, what ultimately survives from the original is largely a matter of passing convenience. So to think concretely about racial capitalism is to make ample space for the expansiveness of the thinking behind it, the disagreements and debates that drove it, and the unique space of global convergences among radical movements who worked uneasily but principally towards solidarity. I have one more point to make. I told you I was going to go over. Okay. Archiving is a living practice because archiving is a practice of living. We need only see how people are relentlessly documenting their lives under siege in Gaza right now to know that this is true. The struggles for food amidst famine, for first aid in an obliterated medical infrastructure, for shelter from bombings, coincides with a constant practice of archiving. Each space has become a media center where people narrate their experiences or capture testimonials. Poets write and collect poems. People share dances, recipes, art. As Shireen told us yesterday, one of the first targets of the Israeli siege was the Gaza Central Archive. Since then, the targeting of museums, schools, libraries, and archives has been systematic. A viral tweet notes, quote, they blow up schools, they blow up universities, they blow up our future. In October 2023, shortly after the siege on Gaza, I wrote a poem called Archive. This is what's going to take me over, but I'll make it short. Archive. With the roof blown, the sky rushes in, an open mouth. Insulation sways from the ceiling like food from the teeth. The order of shelves is upturned, humiliated. Walls growl, crack, and crumble. Plaster splinters like grit against the bite. What of these papers, these boxes, these folders? What of these pictures coated in muck, metabolizing slowly into pulp? Here is the record of our pulverizing time. Here are the archives of dismemberment, indelible. The memory of forgetting is preserved in particles and inhaled. We breathe and it becomes us. Libraries take shape in the mind to house these catalogs of loss. Its accordion files compress like floors of collapsed buildings. Its databases of severed bonds hold the names of people whose stomachs filled with seawater, who went to the sky to drown. Here are their names. Here are their keys. Here are their maps, faded but legible. They show us the roads back to an unforgotten time before all the clocks were broken or even breakable. In my discussions with Elizabeth, Najda, Robin, Jordan, and Shannon about this archive, and in the horror of the past 239 days, my comprehension of archives has been transformed dramatically. Where I had thought of archives as a place, I have come to understand it as a brazen, necessary collective process. I understand archiving as running through a forest fire with a fistful of seeds. Everything compels you to open your hand. Everything, the heat, the panic. You know that if you let go, you'll be able to run faster and grab things along the way. But if you open your hand and let the seeds spill, what will you have to plant when you make it to the other side? Archiving is a living practice because archiving is a practice of living. What you will find in the Robinson Archive are not answers, but questions, and also a provocation. How do we collectively hold on to and nurture the things that are dear, and what does our survival look like if we don't? Thank you.
Talking about today in terms of what we might glean from really diving into the archives in a serious, disciplined, rigorous fashion. I mean, he's written such an incredible book that is a real gift for all of us, and it both situates the Robinsons' life in this broader milieu, but also really brings to light the ideas in such a powerful and clear and radical fashion. So thank you for that offering. I also need to thank Tiffany Willoughby Herard and Elizabeth Robinson for their tremendous generosity. When I first met them, they would not have known me from any other stranger, so they did not have to open their doors to me. They did not have to trust me. They did not have to teach me, but they did all of those things, and they did them with tremendous care and a quiet militancy. For their generosity, I'm extremely grateful, and it's a generosity and militancy that I think Erica Edwards captures so well in her afterword to Futures of Black Radicalism in her notion of Cedric people. I think it's no accident that soon after I arrived at UC Irvine 6 years ago, I quickly gravitated to 3 Cedric people on my campus: Chris Peterson, Tiffany Willoughby Herard, and Damien Sojoyner, who have all become crucial mentors and comrades for me. So our task for this panel was to talk about the archive and some of the gems that you might find there if you dip into it. So I'm going to share with you just a few snippets of what I found and what I gleaned from these findings. As might not be surprising, the archive offers a window into the broader milieu that Cedric and Elizabeth worked in, a world beyond what we accidentally treat as ossified published texts. And a better understanding of this milieu, I believe, then allows us to, again, return to those texts with sharper eyes. There we go. So when I first visited Elizabeth with Tiffany in 2018, I was interested in the place of Africa in Cedric's thinking. HQ's work had shown me that there was an early article on Cabral that I had not known of. What else was there about his interest in Africa that I did not know about? What I found astounded me. Africa was there from start to finish. And Tiffany implored us yesterday not to be surprised by such findings of an all-pervasive internationalism. And I had an inkling that I would find a lot of evidence of Africa in their papers, but I still didn't realize how long he had been deeply interested in Africa and how much he knew about its politics, economy, history, philosophy, and culture. One of the places this shows up is in the Third World News Review, a program that spanned decades and reached hundreds of thousands of listeners. To name just one example, in a Third World News Review show that aired in November 1989, Elizabeth reported on recent elections in Jordan, which would have important consequences for the Palestinian people in their ongoing First Intifada. Corey Dubin reported on territorial gains of the FMLN in El Salvador, and Cedric reported on Nicaragua. Peter Shapiro reported on Southern Africa, paying close attention to elections in Namibia at the tail end of apartheid. Elizabeth has shed important light on the kinds of stories that Third World News Review covered, its long-standing interest in the African continent, and the way it related to important activist work. In her recent 2023 article, Who Will Tell the News?, part of a special issue in Third World Thematics, she gives us a sense of just how long she had been following African politics and of the internationalist resonance of African experiences in the US. She states, quote, "My awareness of South Africa and its racist social structure and opposition to it came in the 1970s. That was not so long after the very visible resistance to US segregation in the 1960s and the racist impetus which necessitated it. Thus, the South African apartheid state was familiar in many ways." Emphasizing a keen awareness of the internal geopolitics of knowledge within Africa, she says, "While South Africa was often paid most attention, the publication Southern Africa reminded us that much of the south of the continent was still under colonial control." And finally, she links all of this media work to political activism confronting divestment and counterinsurgency, stating, "By 1985, there was a persistent anti-apartheid presence in California, and on 10th of April 1985, there was a statewide rally insisting that the University of California divest from all holdings connected to South Africa. Cedric J. Robinson," she says, one of the originators of Third World News Review, was a speaker who informed the crowd that day of the parallels between South Africa and the US, pointing out that some of our towns and cities were like Bantustans. He also recounted instances where the South African government funded campaigns to defeat anti-apartheid political candidates and purchased more than 40 independent newspapers. To be clear, she says, he was pointing to electoral interference in several elections and likewise efforts to stifle critical media, end quote. So we know that Israel's interference in elections in the US is not anything new at all. So what other ways did Africa show up in the archive for me? Well, you see here a copy of the very first issue of the journal Review of African Political Economy, a well-known socialist, Marxist journal that studies Africa. And the contents of that very first issue are displayed there on the right. And the first article, the lead article by the incredible theorist Samir Amin, Accumulation and Development, is heavily, heavily annotated in this particular copy. So we know that somebody read that quite closely. Right? You also see there that the John Saul, the famous Dar es Salaam thinker, has an article on African peasants in the revolution, which I'll come back to shortly. Also get a sense of some of the courses that Cedric taught, the many, many courses explicitly about Africa. Here, a 1971 course taught at the University of Michigan on African traditional political philosophy. Then a 1974 course taught at SUNY Binghamton on politics and Africa. And there also was a letter from Cedric to Seymour Hersh, dated 1978, soon after Seymour Hersh had written a critique of the CIA's role in the coup against Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana. And Cedric was quite inspired by that article and wrote to Seymour Hersh, commending him on his investigation and asking for any assistance he might offer, because Cedric planned to teach a whole course on CIA intervention in Africa at Binghamton in 1978. Now, in his opening keynote for this gathering, Robin Kelley told us that Cedric had implored him to pay attention to the peasantry. And it's to the peasantry that I want to turn, reflecting on another document that I encountered in the archive. This document seems to come from their time at the University of Michigan in the early 70s. Now, if we're thinking about the milieu that Cedric did his work in, we should consider the fact that the University of Michigan had already been an important place for much reflection on the peasantry. Eric Wolf taught there in the 1960s and published 2 foundational books. Michael Tausig and Nancy Hartsock were 2 members of important reading groups that Cedric and Elizabeth participated in at Michigan. When I mentioned to Elizabeth that I was planning to discuss Cedric's notes on the peasantry from Michigan, she recounted to me one reading group meeting when Tausig showed up very late and excused himself by stating that he had been up all night devouring Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude in a single sitting. So this is some of the context for their work at Michigan, and soon after they left, Michael Watts inherited this deep reflection on radical third worldist thought and would go on to write a dissertation on famine and the peasantry in Nigeria, a foundational text in political ecology and Marxist geography. Now, I should note that this 3-page document titled Notes Towards the Consideration of Peasantry was found together with material for a 1972 course Cedric taught at the University of Michigan called Words and Things. I don't know for sure, but it seems like these were lecture notes for that course. And these notes are significant in part because I think we can identify his theorization of a Black radical tradition in embryonic form here. So bear with me as I'd like to share just some of this document with you. He opens it by saying that the literature, study, and discussion of revolt and revolution begins implicitly or explicitly with the understanding that when a mass of people no longer feel their condition is tolerable, they will revolt. And he's underlined some words in this note, including feel here, clearly emphasizing the affective components to struggle. Subsequent to the French Revolution, he says, European revolutionists have largely keyed on the revolutionary dynamics of civil society, bourgeoisie, workers, proletariat, lumpenproletariat, etc. Thus, the rural populations, peasantry, village dwellers, feudal social norms, etc., have been treated as irrelevant, residuals, elements of an earlier or archaic society, regressive or counter-revolutionary. So the way that we know the world was shaped by modern knowledge structures, starting with the French Revolution, is part of what he's going to challenge. It was the tradition of peasant revolts in Russia, Pugachev, later serf uprisings, etc., which brought the peasantry back into the consciousness of revolutionaries. The necessity of recognizing that the classical 19th and Marxist models did not anticipate the forces of revolt and transformation in non-capitalist, non-bourgeois, non-industrialized societies. As he continues, the peasants were capable of generating forces of social reconstruction independent of the alienation which was consequent to the commodization of society, independent of the process of objectivation, the Industrial Revolution, etc. More so, the mobilizations of the peasants were unlike the political revolutions associated with the emergence of bourgeois society out of feudalism. In fact, peasant revolt and the revolution of the cognoscenti could be said to relate to each other in incidental fashion. So he's clearly pushing back against a certain reading of revolutionary struggles that posits that because the working class is brought together in a factory by capital to cooperate for capital, they can then turn that cooperation against capital if they organize and become conscious as a proletariat, right? Because of their positioning in the capitalist relations of production. He's also pushing back a little bit against the notion that a bourgeois revolution that would overthrow an older feudal order would bring about in somewhat teleological fashion the conditions for a socialist struggle and a workers' revolution, right? So something about the peasantry points in a slightly different direction. Okay, and as he wraps up here, thus the preoccupations of the revolutionaries, Marx, Lenin, etc., the rationalization of forces and modes of production, seizing the apparatus of the state, resisting the counter-revolution, destroying class society, destroying capitalism, etc., were, and to some extent are, paradigmatically alien to subsistence peasantry, agrarian proletariat, sharecroppers, farmers, small producers, marginal to the commercial market or embedded in markets which are essentially traditional, barter, trade in nature. The peasantry are enmeshed in kinship social structures and theogonic conceptual systems, God stories, enmeshed in epistemologies which have fundamentally different topological and causal nexus, right? So the raw material that the peasantry is drawing on is less concerned with their relationship to the rationalization of the forces of production or seizing the state or even fighting capitalism. It's embedded in a different worldview, a theogonic worldview that has a different epistemological order. For peasantry, time is often heliocentric, he says, meteorological and astronomic rather than Cartesian and mathematical. In short, temporal incoherence is an interdiction of cyclical rhythms rather than that of intermittent linear units, seconds, minutes, days. Thus, social history is less likely to have suspicious or appropriate hours or moments. Instead, the coming into time of social change will be evidenced by remarkable events rather than the event progression of a maturing dynamic, such as acquiring class consciousness or understanding your oppression. So here the emphasis on the temporal distinction of peasant life worlds as heliocentric, as meteorological, is to mark a distinction from Western notions of time, and that then mark the time of an eruption of struggles differently in a way that is somewhat at odds with other traditions of marking radical and revolutionary change. And this is a point I should note that both Damien Sojoyner and Joshua Myers really underscore in their work. Damien in his intervention in Futures of Black Radicalism, Dissonance in Time, and the subtitle of Joshua's book is The Time of the Black Radical Tradition. And he opens the entire book with notions of temporality amongst the Bakongo people as a window into the Black radical tradition. So, to wrap it up here, as he says, consciously and subjectively, no generation is marked out as the generation, no crisis as the crisis, but will identify itself when it comes, witness the patience exhibited by the Jews, Christians, and Muslims as they hold to the expectation of a Messiah, a second coming, an ideology inherited from an historically tribal human society. So this notion that some of those obsessions with crisis theory that we Marxists tend to hold on to, that will this crisis bring about the eventual moment of the overthrow of capitalism, right? Is this the time when it will finally all fall apart? Is somewhat at odds with this notion of temporality that forms the basis of peasant understandings of revolutionary change. And I think it's for this reason that he was so interested in Du Bois's framing of this moment of the general strike amidst the Civil War as the coming of the Lord, right? That this is a real understanding of what it is, what was the raw material that those people drew upon in order to organize, what was the knowledge systems that they were drawing on to organize. And he ends it by saying it would appear that it is from this misunderstanding, the misunderstanding of this nature of peasant social thought and consciousness, that the suspicion and contempt of mathematical revolutionists for peasantry ensues, the Marx-Lenin position of the peasantry as a reactionary class. And if we think about the time in which he wrote this, right, we can also draw parallels to interventions like Edward Said's Orientalism. The first epigraph of that book is the quote from Marx's 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. They cannot represent themselves, they must be represented, right? The claim that Marx made in a specific conjuncture of 1848, that the peasantry could not represent themselves as a class, and therefore they ended up being represented by Louis Bonaparte and were therefore open to reactionary forces. There was a whole slew of thinkers like Said and post-colonial theorists who were trying to think seriously about what have we lost from that notion that has been taken up and turned into an orthodoxy of political struggles. Last, I think it's important to note with Avery Gordon, who in her preface to the Anthropology of Marxism said, the goal of these critiques that Cedric was making was to free or emancipate the radical impulse from the exclusivities, rigidities, and vanities that too frequently characterize radical thought and action. And I should note that we have Abebe Gaye to thank in large part for this book even appearing in print in its first iteration. And it's also in that book where Cedric returns to the peasantry and what we lose when we miss out on a whole history of previous forms, a more plural sense of socialist struggle that sometimes doesn't get recognized by other currents beginning in the 19th century. So with that, those are just a few of the gems that I found in this incredibly rich archive that Elizabeth has gifted to us all. And it's an archive that I hope many of you will have the opportunity to go digging in sometime very soon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So Cedric once began a lecture by boldly announcing, "This is hardly a lecture." What I will be attempting to do is provide you with a series of impressions, reports I will call them. So what follows are some of my own reports and impressions from the archive. I'm immensely grateful to the organizers of this conference for the invitation to speak on this panel. It's a joy to be here, where a short 2 years ago, in a rush, I completed my PhD in religious studies. This is where my son, Adrian, was born, and he loves stomping the grounds on this campus almost, but not quite as much as playing with the blocks and rocks in Elizabeth's backyard. Adrian learned to walk to the tune of campus protest here, specifically the Wildcat strike by graduate workers. And still when he climbs or descends stairs, if you listen closely, you can hear him whispering to himself, "Up, up, up with the workers. Down, down, down with the bosses." He needs to go to bed on time now. He turned 6 last Saturday. Only a few weeks ago, he began sleeping in a new bed, which replaced the one Chris Macaulay so generously passed on to us in the summer of 2018, shortly after Adrian was born. In the early summer of 2018, Elizabeth invited me to help sift and organize Cedric's papers at their home. In all honesty and with slight embarrassment, I'm not quite sure how the connection was made. I had taken Cedric's last seminar in the winter of 2015, but I can't say that I got to know him well or that I was a student of his in any formal sense. Beyond one visit to his office hours where I nervously stumbled through some thoughts that weren't fully formed, the longest conversation I had with him was standing shoulder to shoulder at the urinals on the 3rd floor of South Hall during a class break. A truly unhushable wit, as it's been said, he thought it was as good a time as any to start telling me jokes. But because of a series of relationships with Cedric people, as Erica Edwards calls it, Gaye Johnson, Avery Gordon, who I hope is listening, and significantly the homie and comrade, Jonathan Gomez, Elizabeth entrusted me to help take stock of what was contained in the folders and boxes that were in their home and in Cedric's office. And it means a great deal to me that Elizabeth trusted me, even when all it looked like I was doing was making a mess of things in the upstairs study. Thank you. As I sat with and sorted Cedric's papers, I also began to once again work through his published scholarship as a way to ground myself in the work. But I also began to research on my own project at what on first glance is a much different kind of collection. So my first visit to the archive of the poet and musician Sun Ra was also during the summer of 2018, which I should say was made possible through a research grant that Batiste encouraged me to apply for. To put all this a little differently, unlike my fellow panelists, I have not conducted research in the archive we are here to honor. But spending time with the papers on different terms and thinking with Cedric and others in the process of working with a different archive helps clarify, at least for me, some of what the Cedric J. Robinson and Elizabeth P. Robinson archive holds. So, some impressions. So I thought I was well prepared for my first visit to the Alton Abraham collection of Sun Ra materials. I knew the music and writings about, about, and inspired by Sun Ra, but I still remember being overwhelmed and dumbstruck by the sheer volume of the collection. Contrary to what I had expected, the archive was not a death sentence, and my visits to the collection were not equivalent to entering a mortuary, even if the materials were held at the University of Chicago. There was so much life in there, and I was confronted with the problem then of how to represent that life. Not because this odd but powerful sociality showed up in the archives as a trace of state violence, but rather because the warrant for collecting Ra's materials, his singularity, his iconicity, meant unavoidably that the people intimately connected and crucial to the freedom dream so often collapsed onto his person couldn't be dispatched. Or reversing and paraphrasing a line from Black Marxism, collecting the culture entailed bringing along the often unacknowledged laborers essential to its making. You couldn't get Sun Ra without getting everyone else. Trafficking between the archives and in Cedric's books, I decided that to merely speculate on the fugitivity of Ra's speculative aesthetics, to take his flights of fancy as an occasion for my own, would come at a cost that I couldn't make peace with. To approach and mine Sun Ra's archive in a way that reified him as a singular creative genius, even unintentionally, would have been a betrayal of what I was learning while spending time with Cedric's works and papers. That brilliance was derivative, and the truer genius lay with the people. After all, although Sun Ra is remembered for announcing the arrival of the space age and claiming to come from Saturn, it turned out Saturn had an address on the south side of Chicago, 4115 South Drexel Boulevard, the home of Mary Abraham, the mother of Ra's business partner, Alton, and the headquarters of Saturn Research Records. In the 1950s, Mary's home was an important site of popular religious education. People conducted some serious study in Mary's basement, which was covered wall to wall with books of arcane wisdom. And then, after study, people would gather on her porch to chop it up about what they learned and what else they needed to know. Mary's grandson, Adam, described it as the South Side's cosmic mystery school, and remembered her home resembling a classroom more than anything else. The archives hold the books they studied together and receipts from the local bookstores they frequented, oof, that was rough, to acquire them. It holds members lists, meeting notes, and the broadsides they produced as a result of the research to distribute to the people around them, as well as a collectively produced dictionary that served as the building blocks of an alternative grammar of living. Now, let me be clear. They read some weird shit. And often what they produced was even weirder. But these were the terms of their ontological integrity, as Cedric would also put it. At his grandmother's house, Adam, like Ra, learned he came from Saturn too, that he was and came from something more than the devastating conditions imposed on him, and it's where he cultivated a cosmic consciousness. So in his artistic mapping of the saxophonist Pat Patrick, who played with the orchestra for long stretches, Bill Banfield said that writing about Patrick necessitated what he called a breakout from the Sun-Ra orbit. In order to get at what Shauna Redmond yesterday powerfully described as, quote, beautifully densely mundane, the beautifully densely mundane ordinary life before the spectacular, I sought a breakout too, which I understand not so much as a break from Sun Ra, but an approach. One that located him and his outer space aesthetics in a story not quite of his own making, and one that was a part of a more extensive constellation of struggle, to borrow from Gaye. Sun Ra, in other words, Sun Ra was a collective intelligence, and I'm aiming to be as literal as possible with that description. I guess what I'm trying to say is that, and here I risk being misunderstood, an archive unbound is one that is used to say something about more than the name or names with which the collection is identified. In this case, it also means taking care to not let the archive become the source for, as Robin put it in his 2024 to Black Marxism, a Black radical tradition greatest hits list. So yes, there are papers and letters from Winter, Sylvia Winter, Walter Rodney, C.L.R. James, and more. But, and here I quote Robin, Cedric was clear, the Black intellectuals at the center of his work were not the Black radical tradition, nor did they stand outside of it. They were overtaken by it. It will be undeniably important and crucial to engage the archive to bring into greater focus the radical life and thought of Cedric and Elizabeth, especially in these times. It will take careful and responsible work to critically engage incomplete projects, unpublished conference proceedings, typed class lectures, and the decades of collected media materials, which will clarify the work we already know and love and will come to know even better as a result. But as Najda said on Thursday evening, none of this was done in a vacuum. It was done with so many others. And this archive that we're here to honor is so full of life. So for example, should further work on fugitivity, the Black radical tradition, and Black studies emerge from the archive, I hope it takes note of the material fact that Cedric and Elizabeth stayed put to labor within and against the same institution for some 40 years, beyond retirement. This meant, as Ruth Wilson Gilmore suggested yesterday, crafting ways of being in and out of the university all the time. But the archive has plenty to say about how Cedric was in his own way, in such a way, to quote Avery Gordon, to fight to change it, the institution, to own it on different terms, and to take stewardship over its future for others. And they did this together and with others, joining things already in motion, and sometimes Cedric and Elizabeth getting the motor running, but never alone. But the active struggle to take ownership of the university on different terms was as much a part of what Cedric understood as the nature of Black studies as was the epistemological. A point all the more urgent and necessary given that every university in Gaza has been partially or completely destroyed by Israel with the support of our respective institutional and national investments. We must take back the university. Gaye Johnson and Alex Lubin write in The Futures of Black Radicalism that our work means nothing without the people who work in mostly unacknowledged ways to get us all free. And so I hope this archive is where the unacknowledged find acknowledgement, and that their stories are told, and told in such a way that their story is as much as Elizabeth and Cedric's is theirs and ours. To let the archive serve as only a document of the work that Cedric and Elizabeth have completed individually or together would be invaluable, but something short of its radical potential. As a collection, it should serve as one point of entrance, a portal, I use that word too, a perspective to the friendships and love between those compelled to struggle for dignity, justice, and freedom together. It's worth noting that this is where Josh ended his book on Cedric. And what I'm suggesting to future research is that this is also not bad place to begin. To approach this archive as a collective intelligence gathered through struggle, as Cedric has long taught us to see. Thank you.
Wow. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to resist using a traditional black church time-saving technique by not saying protocol has already been established. All hearts and minds clear? No. So the idea that, we share so much words literally across these different presentations speaks to something beautiful about this archive. And, for me, like this panel and Robin's talk and Erica and Sean, it was like, I don't know if anyone's ever showed up to the club or to a party and somebody has on your outfit, which is great, right? But that's how it feels. It's almost like what is it left to say? Nonetheless, I do want to, continue to offer gratitude to the organizers, to everybody involved in making this happen. Charmaine, when I saw the email, I was like, what? Okay. Like, fam, it's getting together. And I'm probably one of the newest members of this extended family. And so it's great to actually be in community with you all, for many of you, for the first time. So thank you to Elizabeth and Najda for making this happen as well. It's so good for me to see you all who are here, also the people who are online. This is a great room of people, of human beings. And I hope we don't take that for granted. 4 years ago, this probably could not have happened in this way. And so I'm gonna read what I'm calling life itself. There are those of us who work in an archive in order to create a kind of product. Sometimes it is an article or a book project, maybe even a film or an exhibition. We go to them in search of answers to a research question, to scratch a specific itch. And then we often find answers to questions we do not know that we had. New things to ponder and consider. With laser-like focus, we hope and wish that these spaces will yield some sort of fruit. We come to the archive almost as supplicants. And like higher powers, they will humble us. And if we are not careful, we could leave with more than what we hoped for, or nothing at all. Yet there are many other ways that we might see an archive. We might think of these spaces as having a life all their own, as a curated or sometimes uncurated set of remnants that pieced together might reflect something like a bios, the actual real life of a person or a community or even a nation, hence the obsession with national archives. What gets left in and out or left to others to interpret is the mythos, what histories really are. Stories told for specific reasons. The task of life writing or biography is perhaps somewhere in between, for our bodies do not precede the stories we tell of ourselves, says Sylvia Winter, via Badur Allegra. While some of us may practice disciplines that owe their whole existence to an extractive relationship to an archive, I don't. It might be useful to think about how an archive might exist as a separate and autonomous setting for thinking and contemplation about life, about a life, about lives. And it is this moment for thought and realization more than it was the science of academic writing that really made my experience in August 2020 when I visited the Robinson home. More than words or ideas, but life itself. There, of course, was the book project that initially drew me to this space. By then, I was already committed to thought and service to societal transformation, a name I gave and still give to the Project of Black Liberation. And I was also working out how to make words form so that that commitment was more evident than any fealty to an academic practice of book writing, where being right or accurate was more critical than the rigor of knowing something intimately, knowing it so we could be one with it. I was still working out how to craft words and sentences and phrases that wore that purpose proudly, while being open enough to let others find their way to relate to this expansive freedom dream that my ancestors gave to the world. I believe then and still do that attention to form and craft was just as much a part of the break as decoding and recognizing problems or thought that intellectuals address in the process and project of thinking through them. That it was as much a part of being a thinker who does something more than the project of Black scholasticism, as Erica reminded us yesterday. I thought that this book project should do so much more in the world than what we see now, where only addressing a gap or thinking about life or history as contributing to a predetermined story sucks up all the space in a now seemingly endless supply of texts that just seem to fill libraries but lack that certain sense of that spirit that animates the books that changed our worlds. These books, those books that embodied what Du Bois called as something incalculable, or that James Reese Europe labeled as that something extra. It was this that I was really in search of as I encountered the Robinson Archive, but it was also, I would learn, and more importantly realize, an inward search. Could I really do this kind of work? Had I really finished my apprenticeship as not just another academic, but as a writer, as someone who would write, as Tony K. Bambara once enjoined, to save our lives? This was the heaviness that weighed on me those 3 days and is weighing on me right now, that I spent in August 2020 when I visited the Robinson home. There, the struggle was more than words or ideas, but life itself. Needless to say, my eventual intellectual biography, Cedric Robinson, The Time of the Black Radical Tradition, was one certainly enhanced by the scores of unpublished articles, outlines, class lectures, and correspondence that I truly believe would help us rethink and reorient our previous assumptions about the bodies of scholarship now associated with the Robinsons. I believe it's true that some of us will find that this archive will make our work sing differently. Any film scholar or theorist of Black politics should immediately make an appointment to view the archive. Anyone concerned with the questions of how to be a scholar or activist without minimizing either strand of that dualism might find in this archive much to go on. These and other tidbits would sneak into my manuscript. Thinking about those initial encounters with him moves me to this day. His short story from high school English, which felt like Du Bois writing in Darkwater. The collective diary from his Crossroads Africa experience, which Tiffany referenced. Then there's this full articulation and definition of racial capitalism in the conference paper from the 90s, which I think is quite useful in the moment where people write entire treatises trying to define or redefine the term, which is now a mini cottage industry. Thankfully, everybody already said that. Documents and images that help frame the faculty organizing at Michigan and at Binghamton, where the Robinsons began this practice of opening their doors to students. Back and forth between Cedric and C.L.R. James. And it wasn't a bunch of tea. And I know some of y'all come to the archives looking for drama. It was something entirely different for me. Like looking at a blueprint for the thinking that would eventually make the texts. And maybe blueprint is too exacting. Following Shauna's comments yesterday, maybe we could think of this as a blues print for this work that became the essay, the book chapter, the full-length text, and so much more. When I first began the book project, I had this naive view that everyone who said they read Black Marxism had really read it, and that we could spend more time just thinking through other aspects of Cedric's life and the making of the other texts. Elizabeth and others quickly corrected me. Like, yes, please focus on other things, but don't assume that. Don't assume that people have actually read this. Yet, I was still more concerned that we needed to know a little bit of the lies behind Black Marxism, not just the lies within the boundaries of the text, which even then, if we thought differently about what a book is, we could do much more than what has been done with Black Marxism by its numerous interlocutors. The same could be said about Robinson's other texts, including the articles and the essays that didn't achieve book-length status. In fact, before you come to the archive, make sure you start with what's already published, please. That's an Elizabeth injunction. Because it really will prepare you for what's to come when you actually see what's in the archive. In the fullest sense, I surely hope that it does not have to be said, but just in case, the value of the Robinson's archive to any future conception of Black studies, to students who might be contemplating their place within it, it is in my mind obvious and evident and essential and foundational. The truer genius was in the midst of the people of whom they wrote. There the struggle was more than words or ideas, but life itself. This truer genius is the meaning of Black studies, which is to say it is also community, it is also life itself. I don't mean that we are not workers and that our relationship to university is one of labor and everything that goes with that. What I mean is that Black studies and being one with this tradition of radical scholarship and intellectual work is much more than just that. If the jobs disappeared tomorrow, we who are committed beyond our academic stations, would still have this work to do. Sitting in that archive after months of sitting alone during the early aughts of the pandemic reminded me of that. It was not just the warmth and hospitality of Elizabeth Robinson, her openness and generosity and interest, though these did not hurt. And I'm gonna shout out Matthew as well for being there as well. It was the way that the archive demonstrated to me the full range of the Robinsons' humanity. It is never about the documents as such. And if we go reading the documents like sleuths and history detectives, we will miss something far more important. We might miss life itself. Unlike many here, I only had one chance to meet Cedric. And so I got to know him in the archive, but also in the living tradition it represented. And through you, Elizabeth, through you, Avery, through you, Gerard, through you, Maricela, through you, HQ, through you, Tiffany, through you, Robin, through you, Joan. The documents were given life through you, through your narration and memory, through a kind of living tradition of intellectual intimacy that only made the question of scholarship much bigger than words or ideas. It is contained in the vulnerability and still urgent invocation that we do the work. The archive is evidence of work being done. I say that for my students that are watching. It is contained in the careful weighing of thought. The archive is evidence of concepts that were thought through and about. It is a container for community, the names, the faces, the whispers, the witness of those people who haunt the pages of the Urtext of Black Study, ensuring that everything is in place. Do not mess up. Get it right. Not so you can look smart and be a star, but because our lives demand it. The archive is evidence of what Du Bois called a commitment to truth, and of the sacrifices we might have to make in order to be true to our gods. The archive contains Ashe, life force. I know it because I felt it, and I just felt it again. Listening to Robin speak a few days ago, I think he must have felt it too, because I could feel it when he spoke and when I spoke with him. This Ashe, this life force, is contained in the way that Cedric wrote about and talked about the very idea of Black studies. And there's this beautiful piece that he wrote that's in the archive called The Nature of Black Studies, and I'm gonna quote from it. He says, "It is time to recall Du Bois and James. They provided a formidable mission for Black studies, radical critique and truth. Black studies is not merely a site in the universities of America for alternative research and scholarship. It is a home for scholars and students who are dedicated to the critical knowledge which will eventuate in democratic societies. I invite you to join us in this task. It is not enough to use the university to prepare for a career. You must also prepare yourself for a life of decency, a life of moral authority, a life which will provide your children and grandchildren with a life of meaning. It is still a time to recall, to participate in what the musician Chief Ajua calls ancestral recall. Our lives will only have meaning if we work for a world where our children and grandchildren will have a life of meaning. It is this meaning, inscribed in ancestral traditions of intellectual work, where being true meant being right, but not in the sense of correspondence to norms or natural law, but to the ways we see and behold each other and nature and the divine. You are right when you are in alignment. I'm just trying to write like that. If we recall these meanings, then the typical anxieties of the writer, the thing that makes us temporarily unsure, will fall away. That falling away, and I like what Erica said yesterday, this turning aside, made the writing of the intellectual biography not only easier, but smoother, but most importantly, more meaningful. The words would now mean more than the forgeries of meaning, more of the meaning of Thelonious Monk's I mean you, meaning we should mean to be free. This is the meaning that Tiffany Willoughby Herrard held ground for. The meaning she held in her words and in her life. The archive is full of these beautiful moments where Cedric's commitment and care for that meaning, that act of teaching, sitting with, grounding with students is readily apparent. Where he is not offering epistemic closure, the last word, a positivist resolution. And this is why you cannot trust what ChatGPT spews out. For among other reasons, it assumes that knowledge can be resolute, resolvable, and the things that it cannot resolve, it only shows you the dominant interpretation for why. But life ain't as neat as AI's fraudulent universalist presumptions, and we are all incomplete. But always we must keep in mind that their brilliance was also derivative. The truer genius was in the midst of the people of whom they wrote. There the struggle was more than words or ideas, but life itself. When I interviewed Bruce Cosby, a scholar who was a student of Cedric's at Binghamton, nearly the first thing he recalled from those encounters 50 years ago was the amount of care and concern that went into the lecture, as we just saw from Yousuf. Printing each one out, these documents of 10-page single-spaced notes. It was too important to leave it to chance. A momentary lapse could mean a student might miss something they needed. Memories had to be memorialized in a form that was careful, that was composed. The lectures were books. The lectures were the books. The lectures went beyond the books. The lectures made the lives live. They were written that way. They were unbound. This is what an archive can be. This is what this archive is, a living legacy. But always we must keep in mind that their brilliance was also derivative. The truer genius was in the midst of the people of whom they wrote. There the struggle was more than words or ideas, but life itself. Thank you.
Desperately over time. So I want to just say a couple of things that I heard from you all, which is the archive has no limits. It is a beginning. I think very carefully right now about the millennial nature of this archive and what you've kept and accumulated and what's going to happen now that we're not holding paper. And so this becomes that much more valuable and remarkable, the traces that you're giving to us. And you also give us this model for cultivating a quotidian global consciousness as an everyday kind of thing to be aware of and be a part of. I'm really grateful for that. I'm also reminded to tell everyone who hasn't read Cedric Robinson yet is that it's not for the faint of heart. you're going to have to pay attention to every sentence. His relationship to words was like standing on a precipice, and each word was giving you a new argument before you got to the end of the sentence. So don't give up. That was a character of mind and maybe a character of urgency. How much information can we get into this lecture? We would like to give the audience an opportunity, maybe 5 minutes, to offer questions, and give the panelists an opportunity, maybe 5 minutes, to respond. I want to remind you all that brunch tomorrow is an opportunity to talk with panelists one-on-one if you have questions or thoughts or little scraps of paper to share.
If people raise their hands, I can come to you.
Hi, I'm Noah, a researcher and organizer based in Oakland with the Freedom Archives. Wanted to say, I think first and foremost, as someone that spends a lot of time in an archive and in a space where, you know, generally these types of histories aren't uncovered, I really appreciated Josh's point about, you know, making sure that these spaces are, you know, sites of like continued struggle and study amongst your comrades and within the context of organizing in particular. But I wanted to ask a little bit like something kind of different, which is, you know, we've been talking a lot about preserving these histories, and I would argue not enough about actually like engaging with them, and I think a lot about the ways in which the Academy continues to prevent and inhibit access, but for the most part, a lot of these materials are still accessible, and we can still read these things, and we can still engage with these archives, but there seems to be a level of hesitance or disinterest or some sort of attitude amongst, I would honestly say, people my own age, right, that like think they know everything that needs to be known, and we're running out of time, right? And so given all of that in mind, how do you kind of all sort of think about not just this archive as a space where people can continue to engage and think about critical praxis within the context of whatever struggles they're dealing with, but how do you continue to like engage and push people to actually like work with the materials that we do have access to and are accessible for people to really think through what it means to continue to struggle in this particular moment? Thank you.
Nice.
We'll just collect. We can collect a few.
That was a great question. Is this on? Hello? Hello? Yeah? Okay, great. That was a great question. My name is Justine. I am a graduate student in Justice Studies at ASU, and I teach sociology at a community college called Estrella Mountain Community College in Arizona. And I think your question was really great. And some folks had brought up, Joshua brought up AI and ChatGPT, and that's something I've been thinking about a lot because I see a lot of my students using ChatGPT, and I think they're using it because they're afraid that they're going to be judged. And so to your point here about, and it might be different, maybe similar, I don't know, to your point about how do we support folks in engaging the materials we have so that we can use them to help us all get free. And what does that mean to take back the university when we see the university violently shutting down, brutally shutting down encampments? We have an encampment going on right here. That is a beautiful space. And just what does that engagement mean, right? How do we use these histories to engage that political question? So thank you.
Any other questions?
Hi everyone, thank you so much for the panel. My name is Camille. I'm a graduate student at UC Irvine, and I also work at the Southern California Library for Social Science and Research, specifically with the Clyde Woods Archive. So I really appreciate a lot of, well, all of your reflections, especially the effective quality of working with the archive. That's something I unexpectedly ran into. I never got to meet Dr. Woods. And so as many of you stated, I am meeting him through his archive, which is also an incredibly personal one. So I was wondering if you guys could speak a bit to just your experiences navigating through the effective quality of such personal archives, as well as kind of the role of archive caretakers to shape how the archive is received. I think I'm in a unique process that I came to study his archive, and I'm now like almost curating it. So as this person in this position, just like what advice would you give to honor the legacy of someone that I guess I can never meet?
I think we'll pass it back to the panel, and maybe 1 to 2 minutes per person or whoever wants
I'll try to be as quick as I can. To the last question, study the people that have done it before. Jean Blackwell, Hudson, Dorothy Porter, Wesley, like study their lives. So you'll know how to be a caretaker for these kinds of archives. To the previous 2 questions, I think that incorporating like the archive into teaching is going to be extremely, extremely important. I do it, and my students would not have known that it existed if I didn't put it on in my class, in my syllabus. And I work, adjacent to Lawrence Spin Garden Research Center, which is like this really probably #1, probably larger than the Schomburg when it comes to the study of the African diaspora in Africa. So making it part of the syllabus is the initial part, but also there are enough political issues with archives to make it a part of our organizing too. And so that has to be a part, and we've begun some of this work with the SNCC Legacy Project actually. But the politics of the archive should be on the agenda of organizers. And then those solutions or those interventions, I think, if they become naturally part of our organizing, they'll begin to show up. And I'll just say that just one quick story. Tim Jenkins shows up in my class. Tim Jenkins, who was a member of SNCC and also part of national student organizing in the early 1960s. He shows up in my class with no speech, with no prepared notes. He just had a interview transcript that can only be found in an archive of Ella Baker. It's 60 pages long, and he said, "I'm not talking to y'all until y'all read this." And he just gave that to my students, and he left. That's how you do it. Why did this man do that? And so they sat with that archival document of Ella Baker, and you can imagine what came out of that, right? And so
I'll try to say quickly. So I just want to make sure that it was caught on the live stream, because the 2 archives you both mentioned are extremely important, the Freedom Archives and the Southern California Library, and the great archival work of Michelle Welsing at the Southern California Library and Claude Marks. These are fantastic archives, and I thank you both for representing it. Yeah, give them a hand. So one thing that Cedric and Elizabeth, I think, a mind-blowing thing for me encountering them was people who celebrated the life of the mind, right? Which is slow, which is meditative. Like Josh said, there is a way that you interact with life itself in the archive, which means you approach it with questions you don't already have the answer to. So in relationship to the question that you asked about AI, there's a difference in temporality, right? There's a lot. I mean, we could spend a whole panel talking about what's making everybody feel so uncertain, so weak, so fragile, so afraid of being judged, as you mentioned, right? And why it is that you feel like you have to take an easy out. You have to write a paper where you already know that the answer is the destruction of racist, heteropatriarchal capital, right? It's like I tell my students all the time, you have to ask a question you don't have the answer to. You have to approach these things with humility. It requires a time and a sensibility that we don't always have. So, some of living in the life of the mind means jumping track from capitalist time, right? And being able to be in a place where you could meditate with what's there.
That's great. I'll say extremely quickly, I really appreciate these questions. What advice do I have? Just to echo some of the insights so far, it's basically study groups, and to, use the materials that are out there and available. Du Bois's archive, totally digitized, freely available at UMass Amherst. How do we engage with that? I think Elizabeth has insisted that these materials will be digitized, so, it'll be something freely available. It won't just be hidden, behind the kind of cloistered walls of the academy. I just want to say, that's beautiful that you're working with Clyde Wood's archive. I hope we can talk after this. The main thing I would say is that, it's hard to lose people you love, you know, but the struggle continues. And I think, you know, the thing that you could probably teach us, but with navigating such an archive, the thing is to always see it as an unfinished conversation. You know, I'm taking that from Stuart Hall, but it's always an unfinished conversation with the past and with our present, but also, you know, in a struggle for a different future. So I think rather than treating it, you know, we don't want hagiography. We want to wrestle with these ideas, right? Fight them off, you know? That's what I got.
So much. To the panel, is this working? Introduce your question to the panelists after in the evening. Cedric also used to say that everywhere he went to an archive. Everywhere he went to an archive. If he was traveling, he would go to an archive. So it was a practice of being in relationship to ideas, to history that maybe no one had touched in a really long time. And I think that we can honor his legacy by practicing coming to this archive, but going to any archive. Wherever you are, find one and have a look at what's there. Thank you so much.
I feel like, you know, we got a common enemy, you know what I'm saying? So I don't feel we got time to be beefing, you know what I'm saying? It don't. I mean, I feel like, you know, we got a common enemy, you know what I'm saying?
She doesn't know who you're waving to. She's looking past it. She's like looking Diane. Diane for Gina. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. Should we, when should we start? Okay, start it. Yeah. Yeah, isn't that good? Yeah, that's fine. We don't have to, we're just gonna open it up to questions. We're gonna open it up to questions to the audience. immediately. Right.
Perfect. So you're saying we should basically try to finish at 1, what does that say, 4?
It's 3:43 right now.
So we should be 4, I'm sorry.
Because the other panel starts.
They need to begin at.
Yeah, what time do they need to begin?
We should end in an hour. Right.
What time is Elizabeth?
Okay.
Oh, goodness, yes. Yeah, we can. Damien? Damien? Yeah, no.
But then we should get started.
Yeah.
We we're spending all the time now.
Yeah.
So what do you think? How far should we go?
Yeah. Okay.
Don't think about it. Because I think we were supposed to be 4 and now we're only 3. So we're not in terrible. Yeah.
I'm not going to try. I'm just going to dig right into this.
I think you should do what you
think
want
I
to do.
should?
If you feel like gardening,
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm
you should take your tea.
Okay.
It's only going to happen once.
Okay, you're right.
That's it. Avery is right there. Yeah.
Look at those tennis shoes. Wow.
All right.
Oh, yeah, look at those.
Gaye taking pictures. Those shoes are incredible.
Should I?
Yeah, we can call them and let them know when it's time.
Good afternoon. Gaye Theresa Johnson, get over here. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ingrid Banks. I am Associate Professor in the Department of Black Studies here at UCSB, and I'm extremely honored to be here. Foremost, thanks to Cedric Robinson and Elizabeth Robinson for modeling the Black radical tradition. And thanks to the organizers and all of the participants and attendees. And Elizabeth, I don't think you had gotten here this morning, but Omasheki Tinsley mentioned that when she joined the Department of Black Studies, she actually chose Cedric's old office. But you will remember, it still very much was Cedric's office at the time, which was great. And what Omi didn't share is that she showed so much grace in giving you the time to go in that office and do what you needed to do. And Damien Sojoyner, because of your generosity and grace is as grace does, you donated some of Cedric's books to the Southern California Library in South LA, where Damien and I both live. And I remember that day, Damien rented a truck. And not only did he take books from Cedric's office, but also Otis Madison's office. Joanne Madison is here. And also took some books from our other dearly departed brother, Clyde Woods. And, I think about the grace and generosity that you and Cedric showed so much. To me, to the Department of Black Studies, to our colleagues, the students. And when I was thinking about making opening statements for this panel, I could only imagine, or I could imagine, the grace that you showed Gaye and Alex. You and Cedric showed Gaye and Alex when they came to you and Cedric about the futures of the Black radical tradition, and that's where I will start. So, in 2017, Gaye Theresa Johnson and Alex Lubin co-edited the text, Futures of Black Radicalism, with an insightful preface by Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson, essays by Damien Sojoyner, Avery Gordon, and many others who are here for this occasion to raise and praise the immeasurable, remarkable work that merged scholarship and journalism with activism through the Robinson stewardship for over 50 years. In the introduction, Johnson and Lubin assert, I quote, "While this book exists in the expansive shadow of Cedric J. Robinson's example, as well as that of the communities of activists and intellectuals from which he drew inspiration and into which his work breathed life, it also looks to the future, imagining the possibilities for abolitionism and freedom given the present conjecture," end quote. I want to say a few words about the present conjuncture. The present conjuncture could be any point in time in our past. Fannie Lou Hamer, June Johnson, and Anel Ponder being brutalized by police officers in a Winona, Mississippi jail in 1963. The assassination of Fred Hampton as he slumbered in his bed in Chicago, 1969. The murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Tony McDade at the hands of the police in 2020. The rise of Donald Trump and Trumpism. The present conjuncture is the present as well. The live stream genocide in Gaza. The move by educational institutions in cahoots with policing to silence those of us who recognize Palestinian humanity and call for a ceasefire. The stain on democratic ideals that make us sick. But the present conjuncture also looks to futures, and riding the coattails of Gaye Johnson and Alex Lubin's Futures of Black Radicalism, this panel presents an occasion for the contributors and the audience to engage in what Robin D.G. Kelley terms freedom dreaming. Historians remind us that history is not over, and we know that because so much of the cruel inhumanity of the past and present is in a loop that refuses to cease firing. This panel stands on a fearless, unapologetic, intentional intervention to not just envision those freedom dreams, but to make them so. As Griffith and Kwan do in the brilliant documentary we watched earlier, Queer, Broke, and Amazing. Futures of Black Radicalism stands on the shoulders of Cedric's Black Marxism, the making of the Black radical tradition, as well as the work that he and Elizabeth did for decades on the Third World News Review, and much more. The foundations and the futures. We are better for it all. I am honored to share space with my amazing colleagues and comrades, Avery Gordon, Damien, Sojoyner, and Gaye Johnson. And last, but certainly not least, my equally amazing co-moderator, Felice Blake, Associate Professor of English and an affiliate faculty in the Department of Black Studies here at UCSB. Thank you.
It's beautiful to see everybody in this room. It really is beautiful. So my role is basically to introduce the panelists for this discussion of the futures of Black radicalism. Been thinking about this word to introduce what it means. We normally think about it as making someone known by name, right? Bringing something into operation, establishing a place, bringing attention to something or bringing something into discussion or debate. We also use the term to talk about something that occurs at the start of something, right? To insert something, or to bring a person into a place or into a group, right? To bring someone inside. So that might start to reflect the discussion of friendship we heard a little bit earlier today. So I'm thinking right now, though, about introduction also as enlivening, which I imagine people have been feeling for the past couple of days as we've been gathering together. I also happen to think that this is a really wonderful aspect of the Robinson legacy. So what exactly do I mean by that? So throughout this conference, I've noticed, likely you all have noticed it too, but just how often when people speak, they start making room for somebody else, right? They make room for someone else to come in. They make room for something else to happen. We've heard people talking about taking their students on research trips, about what happens when people really engage with their colleagues' mind, with their thinking, and with their work. We've heard about flight attendants and the incredible things that they can do. What happens when a hairdresser saves up money to go to Africa? Queer and trans activists of color who expand the imagination of economic justice, of being. Questions around collectivity, what it means to hold a young girl's hand as you're walking out of and away from the rubble. Attention to human capacity, that includes our capacity for greed and for brutality. What it means when we meet over music. Gary Okihiro, the importance of study, finding somebody to read with, learning a tune, as Tiffany reminded us, seeking a friend, Cedric people. So making space for someone or for something to happen, these are all introductions. So the Robinsons, again, and enlivening, I think, are a great reflection of this. And just as Josh Myers described in the previous panel, an archive unbound is precisely that. It is another tie to life. It's refusing, as Audre Lorde would have it, to die like this, under these terms of order. So the Robinsons in their archive, I think, are still committed to making something happen, to introducing someone, bringing someone inside, to bringing attention to living in that difference, introducing the contradictions, making something available to thought, for thinking as well as reading. So in our discussion of the futures of Black radicalism, we have an example in the Robinsons, we have our own praxis of making room, and the following wonderful panelists. So first is Damien Sojoyner, professor of anthropology at UC Irvine, a scholar of prisons, of public education, urban anthropology, and race. He's authored, of course, many, many wonderful things, most recently Against the Carceral Archive, and also just one that was my personal favorite was just this great adventure in ethnography and Black creativity that is Joy and Pain. Also, Gaye Theresa Johnson, Associate Professor of African American Studies at UCLA's Cesar Chavez Department of Chicano and Central American Studies. Again, research, teaching, and writing on cultural history, political economy, spatial politics, race and racism, with a special attention to the political economic changes and transformations from LA to the borderlands, and the evolution and persistence of racial orders and the continuity of Black and brown struggles, solidarity, resistance, right? These things that persist in this backdrop. Also, author of numerous publications motivated by the concerns just described, and certainly, again, as we are gathered here today, co-editor with Alex Lubin of The Futures of Black Radicalism. And then we have also with us Avery Gordon, currently visiting professor at Birkbeck School of Law, the University of London, previously a professor of sociology at UCSB. Avery Gordon is a writer, educator, and radio producer. And again, because I was asked, I just get to also name all my favorites. Also author of the really extraordinary The Hawthorne Archive, Letters from the Utopian Margins. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. Damien Sojoyner will begin. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It is a privilege to be here. I'm very much in awe of this room. I was sharing with Gaye, this is a very daunting task because there are so many brilliant people who are here. Thank you very much to Elizabeth for the invitation. I greatly appreciate it. It's been so great the past few days to catch up with friends and colleagues, have lots of laughs and moments that we shared together in solidarity. I'd like to add one bit of a change to the story that you laid out in the beginning, which was that it was Yousuf Omawali from the Southern California Library who actually rented the van. I was just driving next to him to help him to pack it up. I think that should be noted. Okay, when thinking about this question of the future of Black radicalism, one thing that popped up was something that Cedric had mentioned at the Southern California Library when there was an event pertaining to the archive of Clyde Woods. And the question was posed, what is open to Cedric? And his response was the fantastic. Now that was something that he didn't necessarily write about a lot, but it stuck with me for a long time. And this past week, I had a great conversation about this meeting with my friend and mentor, Jerome Vargas, who was also there that day, about possibly what could he have meant about this notion of the fantastic. And so what I'm attempting to do is sort of explore what that means when thinking about the future. Importantly, I want to situate my discussion within the venue of education. And education is very important in this regard because it allows us to see how capital is made and remade as regimes are very, very flimsy and become torn apart. And education somehow is always right there to try to shore it up. So if you can please just give me about 3 to 5 minutes to go through a little history of education, which I'm sure most people know, but for those who don't, it'll be very helpful as we get to the part about the current time and then the future. So thinking about education, what we have to realize is that this notion of education has always been a tenuous one, which is that for Black radicals, education meant something very different than the state formation which we have right now. So as an anecdote to that, David Walker's famous appeal in 1829 is perhaps an entry point to understand what education meant for Black radicals during the 19th century. So I'm not going to read the entire quote because it's kind of long and I know that we're short on time here. But what I do want to read from here is how incisive Walker was about what education meant for Black people during that time period. Do you suppose one man of good sense and learning would submit himself, his father, mother, wife, and children to be slaves to a wretched man like himself, meaning the slave master, who instead of compensating him for his labors, chains, handcuffs, and beats him and family almost to death, leaving life enough in them, however, to work for and call him master? No, no. He would cut his devilish throat from ear to ear, and well-do slaveholders know it, calling out the importance of education and knowing full well what education would then mean for Black people during this time period. We then move to W.B. Du Bois, who talks about the importance of education as a twofold process. And it must be noted that in Black Reconstruction, for the very first time, we have this call for public education for the masses of people. Very often for those scholars of ed, we sort of learn that it's someone like Thomas Dewey, who's like the first person to say, here's education for the masses. Instead, what Du Bois points out is that education both would provide a system where everybody would learn, like the basics of reading and writing, so on and so forth. But even more important, there was a strategy to break up the power base of the Southern plantation bloc through a heavy taxation, which would then redistribute the wealth throughout all of the people. Now, of course, as the story goes, we understand what happened. The industrial bloc and the plantation bloc made this very nasty compromise, and as a result, what we get is the formation of an industrial education model which emphasizes wage labor as a way to make class look real. The formation of this sort of template for this is the Carlisle Indian industrial school, excuse me, which has a horrid past, which I won't get into, but still needs to be taken to task in much the same way that the Mohawk mothers are taken to task schools which abducted First Nations children. And the same thing needs to happen in this situation as well. But Carlisle is very important because it provides the blueprint for Hampton Normal and Agricultural Institute, which then becomes Hampton University. And importantly, this is where class gets made. We can see this clear as day, because you take the former enslaved, put them into a school, and then they learn a trade. The trade would be something that they can then take to society and become a menial wage labor earner. And this went on for generation to generation. Hampton's most important graduate was, of course, Booker T. Washington, who then understood that this model could be replicated throughout the U.S. South. And importantly, he then goes down to Alabama and forms Tuskegee. However, what Washington came to realize near the end of his life was that his investment in this, and in particular, his investment within the industrial class, was that he got took, essentially. And what I mean by got took was the industrial class invested at that time $1 billion in the formation of public education, which equals out to roughly $38 billion today. The intent behind that, of course, was to use black people as a foil in order to get poor whites on board with the wage labor model, which, of course, Booker T comes to sort of full realization by 1907. This is exactly what Du Bois points out as the need to have poor whites get off of the plantation model and onto the wage labor earner model itself. Okay, so then what does that have to do with today? Sorry, so that was my 3 to 5 minutes to try to get us to this point. Of course, there's a whole bunch of history that was in between, but importantly, what we have to remember is that this was the time during Reconstruction of a racial regime, as Robinson would call it, that was in crisis. And that crisis had to be remade through the investment in particular type of formation of capital. Okay, so today, in the current moment, we're in a similar type of crisis, that is, right? Both in terms of financial crisis, but importantly in terms of ideological crisis as well. So for those who know about ESAs, education savings accounts, ESAs are sort of, they come out of the genealogy of the voucher system. And for those who are in the great state of Arizona, then you know very well all about what an ESA is. And so what an ESA allows people to do, it wraps up a financial instrument so that families then can take money from public ed dollars, put that into account, and then use that money to go to any school that they choose. Now you ask, why would someone want to do that? Well, there is the right-wing billionaire class who has $758 billion reasons as to why they would want to do that, which is how much is spent on public education in the United States every single year. Importantly, this notion of ESA is tied to what's called the school choice movement. So it sounds very much like something like, oh yeah, I can get on board with that plan. And as you can see here, this is a who's list of right-wing billionaire family foundations, think tanks, groups who have invested millions upon millions of dollars into this process of making ESAs a real thing. And perhaps later on, we can talk about the impact that this is having in a global way, but for right now, it's just focused here in the US. The ideological component of the ESAs, the voucher movement that is, draws directly from Milton Friedman. And while Friedman is often tied to the famous term neoliberalism, Friedman wrote extensively about education. And importantly, in 1955, he wrote the piece, The Role of Government in Education. And from that piece, we can see this ideological point that Freeman really is trying to get across. He states, a stable and democratic society is impossible without widespread acceptance of some common set of values and without a minimum degree of literacy and knowledge on the part of most citizens. Education contributes to both. In consequence, the gain from education of a child accrues not only to the child or to his parents, but to other members of society. The education of my child contributes to other people's welfare by promoting a stable and democratic society. That part becomes very, very important because what is Milton Friedman afraid of and why does she want such a stable society? Well, we know 1955 is right after 1954, of course, which was the passage of Brown versus the Board of Ed. Now, that is very key because while Brown versus the Board was sort of heralded as this moment in time, there were many people on the left, even as Brown was being passed, who were a little bit skeptical of what this meant, right? And that's a whole different conversation for another time. But importantly, Brown versus the Board is sort of signals to Friedman that society soon will be destabilized. Importantly, also, what gets left out of this discussion is the investment in the movement on the part of communists and socialists during the 1920s and 30s, who also had a particular vision of what education should be. So, for example, we have the California Labor School, which I didn't know had a chorus. This is great news. So if anybody could actually get their hands on this record, that would be fantastic. And the Highlander Folk School as well. I also have to note that during 1920s and 30s, many of the foundations of teachers' unions were heavily influenced by socialist and communist thought as well. And once again, this terrified the likes of one Milton Friedman. All right, so what then does that mean for today? So we're in this ideological crisis moment right now. And so there's an attempt to try to sew up all of these fissures. So I put up this slide here of this organization called American Federation for Children, which is completely funded by the DeVos family, that's right. And of course, this is a petty attack, the name itself, on the American Federation of Teachers, right? So they're actually directly going after teachers in that way. But what is important to know is that the sort of far right has learned a lot from the lessons that they lost during the voucher movement. And now with this new movement of ESAs and this attempt to take over schools both financially and ideologically, they have revamped their entire approach. So one of their major funding schemes is this program called Black Minds Matter. If you went to this and you had no idea what was going on, you would think maybe that this is actually somewhat of a leftist approach. So on the website, they have black icons such as Angela Davis, Carter G. Woodson, and Kwame Nkrumah listed on there to bring to light the importance of what it is that they do in order to try to draw in a massive black populace. Now, what I would say is that they also have spent a lot of money on research, because on this same site, you can actually search it and find every single black independent school in the whole country, which is something that's hard to do, right? So they have actually done the work of trying to sort of go after the hearts and minds of people, so to speak. On the sort of liberal left of things, right? And if we think about this contestation that was happening during Reconstruction, the same dialectic is at play. On the liberal left of things, we have a heavy investment in what's called CTE. And CTE is a formation that comes with this idea, well, I'll just read it directly from it instead of trying to explain it. So this comes from the New York Department of Ed, and it says that CTE provides academic and technical instruction in the contents areas of agriculture, business and marketing, family and consumer sciences, health sciences, trade and tech education, and tech ed itself. The state that has come the furthest on CTE is the state of Ohio, which initially had developed CTE as an alternate diploma from high school. But of course, black families caught on very early to what this would mean for their children. They've since revamped it and tied it as an honors program to try to get more black families on board. So, what does CTE come out of? CTE is heavily funded by the Fordham Institute, which itself is funded by the who's who of liberal philanthropic groups, and importantly, is informed by the Pathways to Prosperity, which came out of the Harvard School of Ed and lays out the framework and dynamics for the implementation of CTE. The writers of that document then go on to establish a nonprofit called Jobs for the Future. Jobs for the Future has recently developed 2 venture capitalist wings, in which the most recent wing, just in the month of April, established a $50 million fund with the intent, it's sort of, I apologize about this, but it's the small words right here. The new fund, furnished in part by the, I'll skip that part, will target founders building HR, education, and workforce solutions that enable economic mobility for workers in middle to low wage jobs. Once again, it's about the creation of class, because there's this whole idea that class is breaking down and people don't have jobs, there's houselessness, so on and so forth. So the solution is going to be to double down on wage labor again. Okay, so then this gets us to the part I really want to get to, which is the fantastic. And while Cedric was from Oakland, I'm from LA, along with Stephen and Alex, and so I want to focus on what the fantastic means for in the context of LA. It's purely an anecdote. This is very experimental. This can crash and burn. I apologize, but we'll see where it goes. So right now, we're just talking about vibes, or what Fred would call the aesthetic of what the fantastic would mean. And so I want to start with Nipsey Hussle. And Nipsey Hussle is very important in this regard, because Nipsey Hussle himself rejects the whole notion of education, similar to what Du Bois talks about, a general strike. What you have happening is over a 30% withdrawal rate of black students from schools in LAUSD during the current moment. Nipsey is a part of that. He drops out of school in the 10th grade. This is an early interview of Nipsey in 2006, and you can see that the type of ed that he's getting is much different than what is happening inside of anybody's classroom.
I mean, I feel like, we got a common enemy, you know what I'm saying? So I don't feel we got time to be beefing. You know what I'm saying? It don't make no sense. That's divide and conquer, you know what I'm saying? That's Willie Lynch, you know what I mean? We got a common enemy in these capitalists that's taking control of our assets and colonizing what we're doing. As far as rap music, as far as our continent we came from, our culture and all that, like, we got a common enemy, so we ain't got time to have issues amongst ourselves.
Nipsey, coming out of that lineage of those people who, such as my mom would say, because she grew up in the same neighborhood with Bunchy Carter, and she said that he had the ability to sort of take this idea of learn knowledge, but then make it very, for lack of a better word, pop, I guess, right? So it was very common for Bunchy to be at a party for the LA chapter of the Black Panther Party. There would be a song that would be going. He would stop the song. He would say something profound, and then put the song right back on and say, "Come to the meeting at a certain time," right? And so Nipsey comes from that same genealogy. And so I would like to play a song from Nipsey. Actually, I want you to pay attention to the video more so than the song. The lyrics of the song basically are Nipsey saying how it's important to really be on the grind and hustle and motivate. Of course, for people who know about Nipsey, that all makes sense. But the video itself is saying a whole different type of message.
Pull up in motorcades. I got a show today.
That's all I'm trying to do. Hustle and motivate. Choppers a throwaway. Hustle the overweight. That's why they follow me, huh? They think I know the way. Cause I took control of things. Ballin' the solo way. And if you pattern my trend, I make you my protege. Crossing that soldier race. Niggas don't know them days. Take you in back of the buildings. Make you expose your rage. Take you across the tracks. Make you explode the face. Now you official now. But you got a soul to save. I just been cooking that new. I'm about to drop in a few. Think if I call it the great, the people gon' call it the truth. I ain't really trip on the credit. I just paid all of my dues. I just respected the game. Now my name all in the news. Tripping on all of my moves. Quote me on this, got a lot more to prove. Remember I came in this bitch, fresh out the county with nothing to lose.
No, on the ground, you. I don't do this shit for nothing. No, no, not at all. You, my money real, that you do. So I don't do this shit for nothing.
Now, the end of the video is paying nod to the fact that during 1965 and 1992 rebellions, it was organizations, black organizations actually kept the cops out of the city, right? So during 1965, you have the Slossons, the Gladiators, the businessmen who kick the cops out. In 1992, you have the 8-Trays, you got the 60s, you got the Brims, the Hoovers, who all come together and kick the cops out. Importantly, Nipsey is from the 60s. And so as you see the cop car going into the neighborhood, he knows that nothing is going to happen to him. In fact, the cops are the ones who are now in trouble, right? So it's flipping that whole image on itself. About 5 blocks away from the 60s, we have the section of LA known as Leimert Park, which is the home to many forms of art, but importantly, what I want to focus on is Project Blow. And there was 3 amazing lyricists that came together to form a group called Haku D'Etat. And the name of their album was Coup de Theater. And so I'll just play a real quick snippet, because I know we're short on time, but
Written in 5, 3 lines that don't rhyme. Written in 5, 3 lines that don't rhyme. Underground, mainstream, grassroots of a movement grow. Ocean floor to sky.
All right, I'll stop there because you get the general gist of what's going on. But what I want to point out is that Project Blowed is developed in a place called the Good Life Cafe. The Good Life Cafe is started by a black woman named Bee Hall who owns a health food store. She herself has a son and sees that there is absolutely nothing available in the school system for kids to do at all. So she opens up the doors of the Good Life Cafe and incubates literally the birth of a particular type of style in hip hop in LA. This then is, once the Good Life closes, this is passed over to Chaos Network, which is operated by Ben Caldwell. There's a wonderful book that just came out that's co-written with Ben Caldwell and my friend and comrade, Taj Frazier, called Chaos Theory. You should go out and read it. It's fantastic. That outlines what is going on in the Leimert Park area. Important to note that right around the corner from Chaos Network, you have the World Stage, where you have, in addition to amazing jazz, you have literally on a day-to-day basis, artist workshops, writers workshops. Around the corner from there, you have dance studios where you have black kids coming to learn various movements in dance. All this is going outside of the purview of the formal ed process, right? My argument is that we need to follow the lineage of radical left groups in LA who are saying no longer have this sort of, this idea that we need to send kids back to school, but rather support the idea of withdrawal and base it in our institutions that already exist currently in this moment. This then will help to destabilize formations of violence that come with capital, and thus have a return to what Cedric called the fantastic. Thank you very much.
That was amazing, Damien. Damien always gives us exactly what we need. That's the truth. It's always a pleasure to be in the company of these amazing people. And I want to thank you all, my near and my dear, as well as folks I admire and strive to place myself in conversation with, particularly in these times. And so many thanks to the organizers. Many thanks to all the folks that have already been thanked and probably sick of being thanked. So just want to take in for a moment all these beautiful faces. When Alex Lubin and I began our Futures of Black Radicalism project, we asked Cedric, what would you most like to see when the book is completed? Now, it's important to note the setting in which this occurred. Breakfast at Cajun Kitchen in Goleta. How many big ideas and small pleasures have been enjoyed at these tables at the invitation of Elizabeth and Cedric? We will never know. Many a disruption, many an intervention, and big ideas come from breakfast or any meal with these two. By then, Cedric's illness was making him tired, more quiet, and his vision less precise. But that morning, he was very clear. The book should not be a tome, nor a static document that would do little more than celebrate a singular scholar in whose work the Black radical tradition found expression and attentiveness. Cedric wanted to know how the tradition of Black radicalism itself lives and travels in the work of the contributors. At that moment, and in several successive moments, perhaps rather poignantly, I interpreted his desire like this. Show how this will live on. Show us the places it is already living. Show us its futures. So as we finished the book, I reflected on his request differently. Less show me than discover for yourselves how Black radicalism is at work in your scholarship and in your activism, and eventually and more precisely, notice how it lives. This was, after all, the same charge and challenge that Cedric posed for his readers in Black Marxism, which was to recuperate and recover the Black radical tradition and to enliven it in the academy and in the community. So today, I want to focus on something that was already raised by Matt Harris and Josh Myers, what it means for this archive to live. For me, this is different from simply calling it a living archive. And instead, when I think about the Black radical tradition and the Robinson Archive in the same frame, it makes me curious about us, meaning our collective of radical scholars and activists and archivists, and what are our relationships to this living tradition and to life, more pointedly, and amongst each other. So there are two questions here. What are the politics and ontologies of consciously affiliating with the Black radical tradition in the present moment? And second, what agreements must we protect together as radical scholars attending to this tradition so that we do not volunteer to do white supremacy's job, so we don't reproduce it as such, that it is what governs our dealings with one another? On the surface, it would seem easy to answer the first question because we have so many words in our work. That is the premise that the politics we protect are grounded in abolition, sovereignty, mutuality, radical expression, and liberation. But I believe that the more difficult question to answer and enact is the work of the second. What agreements do we protect amongst each other so that we can be more than just the people who have the vision and the words, but instead the people who are living that vision into reality? So of course, we grapple with this question vis-a-vis all kinds of conversations, beloved community, and on and on. In movement spaces, often we engage this in traditions of transformative and restorative justice, knowing that freedom connotes more than the freedom to write and envision, but it also requires that historically and presently oppressed peoples repair relationships. Justice is balancing out internalized oppression with mutual solidarity and regard. It is respecting all our relatives, human, animal, plant, and planet, and attending to relationships that ensure the long-term sustainability of the collective us. If Black people in 1801 could evolve, imagine, and design a vision of freedom that they would never see, 100 years and more before true emancipation, it follows that we can do more than simply imagine, but live into being the conscious relationships that are both political and essential. And yet, a caveat from Elizabeth's preface to Futures of Black Radicalism, because as of course, there was the spirit of both of you writing, but we lost Cedric before you did the preface on your own. So I quote, "If we are to move the Black radical tradition forward, it is imperative that we understand that it is not utopian. Rather, it is about questing for freedom. It is about the necessity of recognizing the importance of struggle regardless of outcomes, nor does it begin and end intellectually." And she goes on to explain that to refuse the promise of utopian outcomes is actually to work together, to find common cause without intellectual or identity-based straitjackets. It's to sit around together at a table, the Cajun kitchen. It's to stay in the process. It's what so many of those we admire have instructed us is the destination, what our friend George Lipsitz has called the bitter and beautiful struggle. This is life. This is what it means for our work in this tradition to really be alive. And this is a legitimate and essential part of what it means to enliven the inheritances of the Black radical tradition. Can archives really inspire all of this? All the time. And I'm reminded of Emma Gomez's review of Avery Gordon's The Hawthorne Archive, in which she argues that the book gestures towards what Eve Sedgwick calls a reparative reading of our subsumed epistemologies, a hermeneutic for a style of critique that seeks to repair the damage of prejudice and violence rather than perpetuating further practices of abuse. And Avery helps us to understand how this works in our relationship to archival materials, what she calls being indifference, or a political consciousness and a sensuous knowledge, a standpoint and a mindset for living on better terms than we are offered, for living as if you had the necessity and the freedom to do so, for living in the acknowledgement that despite the overwhelming power of all the systems of domination which are trying to kill us, they never quite become us. They are, as Cedric Robinson used to say, only one condition of our existence or being. Lessons are taken from the Freedom Archives, from archivists supporting activists, formed by documenting the now in response to ongoing police violence at protests in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, to help support activists documenting this violence. These archivist volunteers practice non-extractive, anti-racist, ethical approaches to archiving and indicated if they were in any way connected to law enforcement. Another lesson is in the Queer Zine Archive Project, whose primary initiative is to archive past and present queer zines, but importantly, to encourage current and emerging zine publishers to continue to create and to create the networks and the support to do so. Informal archives, we saw in Crystal and HQ's amazing, incredible film. Thank you so much for that. Julio Salgado, who has done more than describe trans and queer migrant lives. During the pandemic on IG Lives, he invited people to describe their experiences as he rendered them in real time and gave them away for free. Scores of informal archives and guerrilla archivists. Marlene Rios Hernandez's archive for her work on punk music in LA comes almost exclusively from collecting flyers, clothing, in dumpster dives, after punk parties, a politics of treasuring what and who society says is trash. These lessons are premised on the refusal of the archive as a neutral repository of information. It is more than what Arjun Appadurai calls the tomb of the trace, more than a place of death after life when things begin to mean something. It can also be a space where he says new solidarities might produce memories rather than just waiting for them, enlivening. So to enliven the Black radical tradition through the possibilities of a radical archive and or archival practice feels especially precious right now, when so much of the struggles that are specific historical and even aesthetic inheritances are being declared dead. The relevance of our histories to K through 12 learning and libraries, pronounced dead. The need for women's bodily autonomy, legislated into literal death in some states. The need for equality in education, pronounced obsolete and dead. Palestinian rights to life and land, already not legitimately alive, they argue. Tongva scholar Charles Sepulveda argues that the concepts of I am alive and we are still here are radical declarations because indigenous people are the survivors of centuries of racial colonial terror. He says, we are a living people that the US government has determined are no longer living tribal nations. For the government and most settlers, the theft of our lands and Tongva life are complete. I am here to request, he says, that you do not listen to their racialized historical fantasies. We are alive. For me, to be alive in this work is for the collective us to discover and rediscover what we have and who we are, which does important work of widening the scope of our understanding, of sharpening our tools of analysis, and perhaps most pertinent here, illuminating the path of what is possible and believing in it. We are used to summoning what others pronounce dead to inform life. We are ancestor identified. These are tools that we have of discernment and future making that we inherit from centuries of revolutionary predecessors. They include the refusal of the inevitability of the carceral regime and the multiple settler colonial projects intended for our demise. But they also include inheritances of congregation, of solidarity, of quiet support, of mutual celebration. They include food making, art making, childcare, elder care, housing and economic justice. They include sitting at the table together. They include radical practices of forgiveness, radical practices of accountability and curiosity, rather than the practices of jealousy and meritocracy of neoliberal institutions. Being in community is the stuff of life and the stuff of enlivening. The first two lines of the martyred educator Refat Alarij's now famous poem, If I Must Die, are, if I must die, you must live. If we live into more than describe the politics and the vision of the Black radical tradition, what do we have? So the questions I'm concerned with, what can be the living purpose of the archive? Second, as it catalogs the insights, the theories, the methods, the movements of Black radical tradition from the perspective of a few scholars, what is the archive's place in the futures of Black radicalism, a collective project? Third, how do we alive this archive? And fourth, what is our duty? Us, the collective us. How can the archive create a set of ethics and incitements beyond just interventions? And what is our role? What is our duty as participants, as co-curators, and as friends? What kind of a society imagines that the killing of thousands of people, among them thousands of children, is a necessary evil without which it cannot survive and thrive? Such a deep commitment to the elimination of a people has no other origin but in racism. This is something that our task force, I hear, Robin, you talked a little bit about it on the first night, a task force that we're both a part of at UCLA that we wrote in a recent op-ed. Such a deep commitment to the elimination of a people has no other origin but in racism. a fundamental belief in two hierarchical levels of humanity. And this is what racism has to do with genocide and what it has to do at my institution, at UCLA in particular at this moment, but everywhere, as we know. We know, and especially from Robin's incredible work in the last 2 weeks, UCLA's record of persistent devaluing of the lives of Palestinians, Muslims, Arabs, and anyone in solidarity with them as a mirror of a larger settler colonial project. So it is racism that underpins the aggressive responses to the Palestinian struggle at our institution and many across the world. And so it doesn't come as a surprise that the counter-protesters included such white supremacist organizations as the Proud Boys, who chanted, "We will finish what Hitler started" at the Palestinian Solidarity Camp at UCLA without any protest from their Zionist counter-protesters. So in this recent op-ed, we wrote that the collapsing of pro-Israeli positions with white supremacist ones, while paradoxical and obscene in its drawing on the Holocaust of Jews for inspiration, a deeply anti-Semitic act, as is the case with the Proud Boys joining the attack on the Palestinian Solidarity Encampment, reveals the racial line that runs through the criticism that courses and texts on settler colonialism must be banned, because when they discuss Israel as a settler colonial society, they are anti-Semitic. Israel, the line of argument goes, is not a settler colonial society, since Jews possess a 6,000-year-old claim to the land, and anyone living on the land in the intervening time are not a people. Dispossession and genocide then require racism and racial violence. So now perhaps I understand more fully Al-Arir's first two lines. If I must die, you, us, we must live. So how will we choose to live is really the penultimate question here. Al-Arir ends his poem with this: if I must die, let it bring hope. Let it be a tale. What is the tale that we will tell? Certainly about the questions that we generate and about the critiques that help us work out renewed visions of justice and of liberation. Let it be because we begin by taking our places around a table set by us, and let it lead to us being kind and true with one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaye. Hi, Avery.
Hello, are you ready for me?
We are ready, ready and willing.
Okay, well, good afternoon. Greetings from a very late night London. It's about 40 minutes past midnight here. And I realize that it's not only very difficult to follow Gaye and Damien, but that we're getting to the end of the conference, and everyone has been thanked already many times, but I have to at least offer mine as well quickly to Elizabeth and Diane and Charmaine and Chase and Charlie and everyone else who has put so much work into organizing the conference. It's great to see the archive finally come to fruition after so many conversations with Elizabeth about it. And as the last panel made clear, it's just going to be an enormously important resource for students and scholars, and hopefully we'll be able to take up some of these deeper questions about it that have also been raised, including just immediately by Gaye. I also want to thank the organizers for making it possible for me to appear by Zoom, and for the live stream, which I've been watching continuously, and that's been fantastic. It's also kind of a bittersweet thank you, as I'm very sorry not to be there in person with so many friends and old colleagues, but I am really pleased that I can at least be here in this virtual way. It's obviously a great honor to be part of the inauguration of Cedric and Elizabeth Robinson's archive and to share the platform with these wonderful co-panelists. Okay, so the guiding question of this panel around the futures of the Black radical tradition is really a very large, complex, and speculative one, and there's been a lot said in the last 2 days, some of which perhaps it will be possible to return to in the discussion, or Elizabeth and Angela and Gina will take it up next. So I wanted to address the question simply, trying to keep with the occasion by asking what directions on the matter of the tradition's future might be found in the archive for those who will come to consult it. On Thursday evening, Robin also used the word direction. He said the archive is a direction. Perhaps now, though, kind of almost at the end of the conference, I think all you're going to really hear from me is perhaps a very brief summary or an echo of some basic points that really have already been made, but I go forward and make them anyway. Like all traditions, the Black radical tradition with which the Robinsons have been associated, more accurately, I think the Black radical internationalist tradition, is as much an invention as something already there and fully formed, even if part of Cedric's work in excavating, creating, and naming it was in fact to make it seem obvious that it was always already there, living and breathing in Western civilization's blind field. Its future or futures as a tradition will depend, as I think was Gaye's very eloquent point she just made, on the quality of its current mode of invention or its mode of production. This is its first obligation and also its inheritance. As most people here know, certainly by now, Cedric described the Black radical tradition as an accretion over generations of collective intelligence gathered from struggle, gathered from the historical record of Black collective resistance, of ordinary men and women taking what Cedric called extraordinary action. This collective intelligence harbors a critique of an entire civilization or way of life, and in both the Robinsons' hands, it presumes a commitment to an imminent politics in which the struggle to transform the world as we know it into something more livable takes place through means that embody and instantiate the alternative values, practices, and institutional formats that we desire and for which we bother to struggle. This intelligence or radical consciousness foregrounds the intersectionality, relationality, and indivisibility, not merely of identities, but of social struggles and the social transformations they demand. This transformation, this tradition foregrounds solidarity, transnationalism, and what Cedric called consciousness and culture. This tradition is not limited to a nation or a state. It is, as Josh Myers put it, and I quote, global in scope, yet communal in nature. From its first principles established in slave rebellions and in maroon societies, this tradition constitutes what Cedric called in 1984, in the midst of a major wave of anti-racist and anti-fascist struggle in Britain, a quote, inventory of possibilities for the present and future generations. This inventory must be assessed and identified in each historical moment or scene of struggle in which these possibilities are needed and activated. It is thus not only an invented tradition, but a living tradition that changes and takes shape as it opposes and negates racial, class, and gender sex regimes that themselves mutate. It is a living tradition that emerges and recedes historically in, and that is answerable to, what Lisa Lowe has described as the, quote, intimacies of 4 continents. The momentary assessment and identification of the inventory of possibilities for the present and future will be based in a distinct historical materialism that is grounded in what Cedric called a dialectic between power and resistance to its abuses. From his earliest work, Cedric was adamant that it was a mistake to find the logic of political movements through what he described as retracing the processes of victimization, a mistake to believe that the ultimate measure of social resistance is presumed to be, and I quote, the character and historical development of the offending structure itself, a mistake to think that those who, quote, mobilize to transform their lives are best understood by understanding whatever it is that has mobilized them. In an essay on multiculturalism written in 1992 for a conference that was actually held at UCSB, Cedric made the point very directly. You just heard Gaye say it earlier. We are not, he wrote, the subjects or subject formations of the capitalist world system. It is merely one condition of our being. Readers of Black Marxism will know that the historical argument about racial capitalism was made to account for the history of the making of the Black radical tradition, not the other way around. As Cedric wrote, the Black radical tradition cast doubt on the extent to which capitalism penetrated and reformed social life and on its ability to create entirely new categories of human experience, stripped bare of consciousness and culture. If this is still at the end of this conference not clear, I recommend as an experiment to read the book from back to front in what I think is its kind of more proper conceptual order. This dialectic of power and resistance to its abuses, not racial capitalism per se, motivated the revisionist account of the rise of the West in Black Marxism. It reappeared in an anthropology of Marxism where it rebukes Marxism on what Cedric called the warrant, that, quote, domination and oppression inspire an irrepressible socialism generated by peasants, slaves, workers, and intellectuals in both the metropole and the periphery. It opens and defines Black movements in America, which reads, quote, when Black resistance surfaced, its character insinuated itself into the unstable contradictions of an immigrant, slave, servant, and imperial social order, a, quote, cauldron in which slaves, indigenous peoples, and the Euro-American poor had to be deliberately and violently pried apart. It is given expression later in that book when Cedric uses Fanon's words to describe the cultures of Black radicalism in the US. It was not, Fanon wrote, the organization of production, but the persistence and organization of oppression, which form the primary social basis for revolutionary activity. And it also appears in Forgeries of Memory and Meaning, where while capital determined the construction of successive racial regimes that were, quote, publicized by film in its early years, it is precisely the Black radical tradition that contributes to the destruction of racial regimes. As Aaron described earlier today, racial regimes, of course, are not static. They change and mutate because they degenerate, and one reason they degenerate is because they exclude parts of reality that destabilize the purposes to which they are put, perhaps the fantastic. The Black radical tradition has consistently destabilized or renounced, in the terms Erica used yesterday, a succession of racial regimes by creating an alternative and sometimes also fugitive reality and maintaining a consciousness of this reality in and as culture. As its observant practitioners know, this Black radical internationalist tradition is rather demanding. As Gaye and Alex have written, it demands not, quote, celebration of its existence, but rather a commitment to what they called an uncompromising liberation from all forms of oppression. In other words, mere evocation of the tradition or evocation of an ontological totality cannot substitute for the careful diagnosis of the present moment. Yesterday, Ruthie helpfully provided some titles for reading on the ontological totality for those who were taking notes. Mere evocation cannot replace the labor of understanding precisely what social cauldron, I love this image of Cedric's, the pot, what cauldron we are in. It is hard work to know precisely what is killing us and how, to know precisely how the specific we's are impacted, and to face up to it, as Tony K. Bambara put it, with studied moral, political, and tactical intelligence. It's especially hard work in this historical moment in which the modern geopolitical order is shifting, but how exactly we do not know with any certainty, in which asymmetrical war on many fronts has intensified, and in which so much of what we know and don't know is spun in and around sophisticated communication technologies that mutate ontological structures in unfamiliar ways and create very complex forms of epistemic murk. Here, I think future users of this archive will find perhaps its greatest untapped treasure and a model for the tradition's diagnostic tools in the collection of Third World News Review, the over 40-year-long radio and television program first started by media activists Corey Dubin and Cedric and hosted by a large collective of people over the years, including obviously Elizabeth, Gerard Pigeon, Gary Colmenar, and many others. It contains a remarkable record of a sustained weekly diagnostic effort to see outside of mainstream media logics and their stories, as also did our radio program, No Alibis, and to take careful measure of the drift of what's happening in the world from the vantage of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. The Black radical tradition, then, is a collective intelligence, a consciousness and culture, an inventory of possibilities for the present and future, and it is also a mode of preparation. Cedric located the original source of the Black radical tradition and what he called the calculus of oppression and its overt organization that enslaved people had acquired in their daily encounters and what he called petty resistances to domination. Experiences which, he wrote, were a, quote, means of preparation for more epic resistance movements. As we use this term at the Hawthorne Archive, preparation names the imminent and practical means by which intelligence and organization are collectively mobilized for escalating petty resistance, for strike, for encampment, for rebellion, for mutiny, for seizing power. Preparation names too the internalization by each, one by one, of the abolitionist imaginary. Preparation for being indifferent to all the lures of power, money, property, and recognition. Preparation for a certain kind of faith in the past the present hasn't yet caught up with. Preparation to be ready in a moment's notice to lead the good, right, righteous life you're promising others. Preparation for becoming, as Tony Cade put it, unavailable for servitude, back stiff with conviction. The Robinsons Archive will contain a repository of materials that can be used to create a past for the present and the future. This archive teaches that the past to be created has always been a kind of predictive horizon, a summons to catch up in the present to the possibilities and anticipations coming from the past or the future or the not yet. In other words, this archive will situate you not just in relationship to your ancestors, but in a temporally discontinuous nonlinear historiography. In this historiography, the arrow of time does not fly forward only. The future can change the past, just as the present can lag behind the past. For future visitors, I think being alert to this situation might be helpful. This particular archive also teaches that despite Cedric's love of libraries and the adoption of history as his preferred methodology, and in keeping with Elizabeth's plan for and vision of the archive, in the end, the future of or the futures for the tradition will only partially be found here in the library, and is on this point that I will finish. As anyone who has worked in archives knows, the archive is only a repository of traces of this and that. Like all archives, regardless of their seeming comprehensiveness, visitors will have to imagine what's only hinted at in its assembly of materials. Imagine the political and socio-economic conditions, the cauldron, and the local milieu in which the materials were produced and also stored, waiting for now in that stable, spacious home with the delicious food at the table. Imagine the real life of community and the personal relationships in which the materials deposited were embedded. Laughter and awkwardness at the dinner table, Otis's great booming voice, warmth and generosity, competition, disagreements, and fallings out. Visitors will encounter people they hadn't expected or known lingering in the margins and will need to look for people who are missing, what Matt evoked earlier as the unacknowledged, who should be named and decide their position and standing in the scenes, the ideas, the work they are studying and discovering. This archive, in other words, will have its ghost too, its haunting reminders and remainders. None of us and none of our radical traditions are exempt from this archival dust. The other more obvious reason that the future of the tradition will only partially be found in the library is that everyone who enters it seeking engagement with its predictive horizons will have to leave the library to orient their standpoint to the struggle for a more livable life that is the basic core of the tradition, to do the work of being in the fight, to engage in ordinary and extraordinary acts. Today, their first responsibility, not the only responsibility, but I think today the first one, will be to make common cause, if they have not already, with Palestinians and join the fight for their survival and for the immediate and long overdue end to Israelis' exterminationist settler colonial regime. The tradition expects this of you. Its future and the future it hopes for and anticipates requires it. Thank you.
Okay, for the sake of time, we're going to go directly into the Q&A. So if you have a question you'd like to ask, keyword, question, compliment.
Get my steps in.
Thank you so much, all the three presenters. My question or comment is for Damien. It was interesting you mentioned the Hampton Institute, but you didn't go in depth to it because there is incredible similarity to what you described later on. The Hampton Institute was actually, they brought Native Americans from Florida to Hampton to study with black people, with recently freed black people. And if you, I don't know whether you've been to Hampton, one of the plaques you see is that to Christianize and civilize, that's the main thing. And then later on, it was so successful, they brought 65 other groups, and something like 1,400 people were trained. But it was too successful that other group were, like the one in Pennsylvania and other, to basically civilize Native Americans. But what's interesting is the link you should make to what is being presented at present, because the people who funded that institute were Northerners, missionaries, against the will of Southerners. This is Confederate Virginia, not, it's the epicenter of slavery. For I think you need to link it what happened in the past and the similarity to what's going on at present. It's
Sorry to do this. We have about 5 minutes, so we want to gather a few questions, especially folks who haven't had a chance to speak yet. We love you all, but you have got to be brief so that we can give them a chance to respond respectfully, okay? Other folks who'd like to put a question into the hopper?
Thank you. My name is Voris Nunley. I'm a professor in the English department in Black Study at UC Riverside. And I've really been moved by the panel and your notion of, in the conference in terms of being enlivened. And I want to stick with that. how can we enliven the Black radical tradition and the archive by taking up religion? Not religiosity, but religion and spirituality. And I say that because if, as in my department, Black study has to be connected to struggle and movement and Black consciousness, I don't know how you can do that without talking about how the Black radical tradition takes up religion and spirituality, if that makes sense. And I say that not as as signaling some kind of virtue. I see myself as a heretic, and that means I might be progressive, or as my brother would say, it probably means that I'm a member of Dante's first circle of hell. But either way, I think it's vital if we're going to move Black people to think about how religion plays a part in this, or spirituality more importantly.
There's one more in the back, and then we'll you guys respond.
Oh, I have one. Hi, I'm Joseph. Could you put links to the songs? That's it.
Damien, you want to open?
All right, sure. Yeah, and I apologize for not going deeper into that. I already knew the presentation was going to be long, and I didn't want it to be even longer. A direct link is with the Koch brothers right now are heavily funding schools in the state of North Carolina. Their mission is pretty simple. It's an ideological one to emphasize three things in their curriculum. The formation of patriarchy as key and foundational, countering what they see as what is being popularized as woke politics, but a formation of a particular type of gender, sex, and race identity. And then the third thing is allegiance to the nation state. Those three things are being hammered home in all of their schools that they fund. So that's the sort of quick and dirty response to that.
This is a great question about religion, and I think there's so many incredible folks doing that work. I immediately looked over at Matt, who was like, oh, there's a question that I can answer. I mean, I think in many respects, without being overly simplistic, I think there are so many people who are already doing that work, who are already enlivening, who are asking us to see what was the religion of Sun Ra, what is the problematizing and complicating what religion means and redefining it for us in ways that we can really use right now. And so I think if anything, it's instructive about how we inherit the Black radical tradition and we form it at once. But I feel like that the answer is all around us about what people are already doing. So I'll leave it there because I'm not an expert in religion. So, you know.
Okay, we do want to start at 5:15 for the next panel, but I do want to say, and just bringing together what Gaye and Damien and Avery said, thinking about the Cedric J. and Elizabeth P. Robinson archive as a radical archive, and that's what Gaye said. And as Avery stated, you go in the archive, but you leave it, and you continue the struggle, the fight that the archive certainly enlists. So thank you. Damien, yes, please.
I forgot to mention in my introduction that I have learned so much from Gaye and Avery over the years. And it was sitting with me as I sat down, I was like, I forgot to say that. And that means so much to me because this whole weekend has been about that process. I came here in 2008, I believe it was. 2009 I finished, but I came here in 08. And so it has been full circle, life changes, everything has taken place. But what has stayed the same is the love and the generosity that has been shared by the people who are here in this room in particular. And so I can go through each person sort of name by name, but Gaye and Avery were with me today, and it slipped my mind. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, it's really good to be. It's really good to be here with you. Yeah, I just wanted to say it's very good to be here with you too, and also it's a kind of answer to the gentleman's question about religion, about organized religion, about which I don't know very much, but I do know that to be involved in the kind of enlivening and making living of this tradition, you have to have a certain kind of faith. Maybe that's a better word than religion, or we have another seminar on that question of religion with people who know more, but there is a kind of faith that we share, that what we're doing is, there for us to be doing, so.
Thank you, Avery. Be well. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, the final panel of the day is a final keynote, an opening, not a closing. Elizabeth Robinson in conversation with Angela Davis and Gina Dent, and it will start at 5:15. So if you go out, come back quickly. We're not going to round people up. Come back on your own, 5:15. Once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. All right. We are about to start, so please give your undivided attention to the front here. Oops.
I'm going to do a really brief one.
You want it? You okay with holding the mic? Or do you want the stand?
No, I'm going to, let's leave it, and I might hold it.
Okay.
And
There it is.
each of us has our own mic. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just leave the stand here for y'all if y'all change your mind.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to do, while you're here today. Are you ready? Are you settled?
I'm going to take off in a minute too because I'm going to get to one thing. Just ask you for your notes. This is as close as I can get to a surprise. Sorry. Okay. So the other one, she's going to bring us something down.
Do you want a glass, or are you okay with the bottle? Or you got a water?
Well, you know, I stopped drinking the bottle.
I
mean, plastic water. I get my water
From the hydration?
yeah.
I don't have a bottle. Oh, this says how respectful they are. That's kind of great. All right. Cedric once joked to a class, a lecture sort of like this, came into the classroom and everybody was talking or chatting or whatever. And he said, when I come into the classroom, I expect you to stand up. And several people got very nervous and then started to stand, and then of course he started laughing. So we're not going to ask that today. There are going to be people I miss that we have missed, and I'm going to try and do a couple of acknowledgments and count on the organizers who have been crazy good to do the ones I miss. But in the interest of saying more than once that we are collaborative, we have been, we want to be, talking to ourselves is not much fun. And there are people with whom I've collaborated for many years in the audience, and I'm going to ask them to stand up. Third World News Review, reporters, I think everybody's at the back of the room. Would you mind standing for a minute? I won't even... And I think one of our producers, my co-producer, and our director and person who taught everybody else media, Beth Anderson, are you there? Thank you, Beth. I want to say that first because my invitation to you always is to get involved with media. Stop letting other people screw around with it or think they can buy and sell it. You can do it. And I think KCSB is here, there's public access, and the difference between doing that and your social media sometime is that you're engaging collectively with other people. End of my commercial. Save to say, two people I don't want to forget today at all, three actually, are first of all, Jean Shepard, for whom we owe the title of this conference. Some of us just dither around for a long time about what are we going to call this thing? And Gina says on a collective call, Archives Unbound. How about that? 50 years of hope and resistance. And then she's called out, so she really couldn't quite participate in the way that we had wanted to because of the ongoing emergencies at KUCI and other places, and we have to pay attention to that. The second person to thank is the designer of this poster. There's enough for everybody to have one. And the person who created this, with a lot of interference from some of the others of us, but what we think became a pretty arresting image for Archives Unbound, and that is Kano. I don't know what Kano uses as the last name. Thank you. Kano Fujino Hamakis. All right, and then the final person, because we acknowledged Matt yesterday, who worked with me for years trying to figure out what's in the archive. Matt Harris. Matt has already been acknowledged. Jeez. He's wonderful. He's been wonderful. But also, thanks to the library and UCSB for the past 6 months or more, no, since last fall, a young woman fairly new to the library staff, I think, Rebecca Vazquez, has been going through things, flipping through books to see if there are notations and so on. Rebecca was here yesterday. Are you here now? Okay, somebody else can carry the message to her. And now to this table. The two women who are here with me today are too extraordinary for a mere recitation of their accomplishments. I'm going to tell something about each of them very briefly, and you can find out about them. One of the things I want to say about Angela is, you know, when Cedric and I were first married, and for many years, there was a lot of contention across racial lines, and there were a lot of people who wouldn't speak to me. And there are some, probably still today, who would not acknowledge me. And I remember having a conversation with Angela when I first met her and talking about my family from Texas, who are Arabs all, and who were probably, as first and second generation, racists all, or almost all. And that is part of our history that we need to remember because people move. And I still remind you that in East Texas, a black worker would be referred to as an abd or abdi, which is a word for slave. I don't know about other workers because I never saw any of them around except there. So Angela's embracing of me, but also her capacity to forgive my family when I said something about, you know, they came here and they chose to be white. And she said something like, why would they choose anything else? I will always remember that. I will always remember that. Because I was not always so generous. But that's part of my history with her and with the possibility that never materialized of a PhD program in Black Studies. You guys can come find that in the archives too. was one of the ways we first met, and I'm being audacious enough to take time for myself here, so forgive that. But also, I'm supposed to, okay? Also, is this pushy person? You're supposed to. What I want to say, when I was starting to really think about what to do with all this stuff in our house, I called or texted Gina and said, can we talk? And much of Angela's archive had gone to a couple of different institutions, or one institution at the time. And I said, I just need to know how you even make a decision and what it's like. And Gina was so forthcoming and sort of said, well, you'll get over it because it's not always nice when people take your stuff and don't even bother to really look to see what it is. And the only experience like that I had had was emptying Cedric's mother's house when people had no idea that somebody lived there or wouldn't allow that. So enough of that, and that is my introduction to them, really, because they have always, when I've asked, and I try not to do it too often, have been so helpful, so forthcoming. And so I just said, well, I want to invite them, but I don't want them to have to write something else, so here we are. And so instead, I'm going to ask them some questions, and they can ask me questions. We really want to just have a conversation, and we'll try to do it quickly enough if somebody can give me, oh, I see there's a clock right in front. Okay. We'll try and be quick so that you might have something to add too. So the first thing I wanted to raise, and this has been very evident at this conference, is that sometimes we work collectively or in partnership or whatever. And the most recent thing of theirs that I've gotten my hands on is what I always refer to as your little book. And I think of it as a little book kind of like the TARDIS, if you guys know that reference. The TARDIS was a spaceship that looked like a telephone booth outside, but when you opened it, it was huge. And that's the way abolition, feminism now reads for me. So I wanted to begin by saying, I don't know how many other things you might have written together, but not only did the two of you write it, but you had two other co-authors who you can certainly mention. And just say, how different is that? How is it important for you in terms of your own work, but in terms, more importantly than your work, where you hope you're going? Would you like to start, Gina? Oh.
I didn't expect to be first, but I am going to answer your question, but I do want to just greet everyone and say it's an absolute joy to be here. I arrived in a somewhat fragile state. The encampment was broken up the night before I arrived at UC Santa Cruz, where I teach, and as enthusiastic as I was to see all of the people that I know in this room and to be received with such love and welcome from the organizers, I struggled a little bit on my first entry here, and I think we backed into each other by accident, Elizabeth, and when I got a very big hug, which I think sustained me through the morning yesterday. But it's bittersweet to be here. You know, I think about the last time we were here, and Elizabeth invited us to visit with Cedric not long before he passed. And
maybe a day.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm indulging a little bit, but you know, you don't know what that means when someone asks you to come to their home when something like that is happening. And I don't think we knew, you know, how to feel about doing it. We just did it, and you just made us feel so much a part of things. You were so open with him and sharing him and allowing us to be present and allowing touch to be our language and allowing Cedric to be present in our in the space with us and in conversation and letting us be in intimate spaces. And I just want to thank you for what that says about who you've always been to everyone here and everyone who's been fortunate enough to know you both. Which I think is a good segue to collaboration. And to the disappearance, right? We've been talking about the archives, and I think Avery was just saying this as well, and others have touched on this, but this kind of randomness of archives, especially when we're not talking about state archives, though they have their own randomness, and it's of a different kind. But the experiences that we have, and there are so many stories in this room of relationship, and most of those will be lost to archives. And what we find, we sometimes rely on overmuch, and we also rely on the single name on a monograph or any kind of a text, overmuch. And I've been in my own life a very reluctant person to publish. I'm not that interested in it. I know I'm an academic, but I love projects and collaborations, and so I feel a little bit like I'm missing a couple of limbs because Beth Ritchie and Erica Miners are incredible co-authors, are not with us, but they are with us. But I think the book was just the first time that our names appeared together, but it's not the first time that we were in conversation about all of these things. And the book allowed us to do something that we all talk about, that we've learned from the years of being in organizing, that, it was really that experience that allowed us to work together, because our training as scholars wouldn't let us work together quite in that way. We didn't do this thing where like everyone has a part and then we're done. We didn't have, individual names on different sections. And we had to learn to be comfortable with the organization of words, languages, and ideas that wouldn't necessarily have been the same had we done things or tried to do things on our own. And we also got to learn about the nuances of words and concepts that we engage in through that process. And you and I have talked, but when you're the other person in a household and you've made the decision to be different in relationship to the public, and other people have also made the decision for reasons that have to do with lots of other things that we could talk about, including gendering patterns that even happen in queer relationships. Sorry, if that's news to anyone. I think it's been really incredible to see how that little book has been welcomed, but when we talk about it a lot, we really talk a lot about our process. And I feel like I learned a lot about that process from you and Cedric. And I think I've gone on way too long for the one answer, because I feel like I have so much to say to you. But you really modeled so much to me about how to stay engaged in your work, not to be subordinate, but to not worry about whether or not your name was first or you were being recognized, and how to constantly challenge the person you're working with and living with and loving, and how to make space for things that person might not make space for, and to make sure community is not only represented in a kind of theoretical way, but in a very practical, everyday way. And our writing together felt like the first time that we could, I mean the four of us, the first time that we could sort of meditate on that and then manifest that into something. And so for me, it was quite profound. But it also reminds me of all the things that we've worked on together that don't have the others' names. And so, you know, how do we account for that in the world? And how do we, as a feminist praxis, especially, and, you know, I would say a praxis which is attentive to race and class dynamics, look at who is disappeared and where we don't infer the work of others and the contributions of others.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Elizabeth, for this amazing gathering of people. Unfortunately, I had a previous engagement. I had agreed to speak at a community organization in San Diego many months ago. So I was unable to be here for, Robin's presentation, even though I read his notes afterwards. And I missed yesterday, but I didn't actually miss all of yesterday because I saw one panel sitting in the Oakland airport when my plane to San Diego was late. I don't know, I'm just really, very inspired by the phenomenal presentations, and it makes me really think about your and Cedric's contributions more deeply, and I'm remembering. I'll get to the question about collaboration in a second, but yeah.
Maybe we'll only have one.
Yeah. But I remember when Cedric invited me to, participate in the formation of the Black Studies PhD program, and there had been initial agreement on the part of the dean at UC Santa Cruz that I could split time between UC Santa Cruz and UC Santa Barbara. And then after all of this work was done, I will not mention the name of the dean.
Not this one.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't this one. It was the one at Santa Cruz. And he just said, no, absolutely not, no question. And now I'm thinking about what it might have meant to be able to, work with Cedric in that close a collaboration. So that is another life that I wish I had been able to live. But I just would like to thank everybody because this has made me personally feel like I get another shot at living that life, right? In terms of collaboration, well, when we do scholarly work, we always collaborate in a sense, but unfortunately, it's usually defined by citational practices. But we don't, come together to collaborate on the ideas as they are forming so that they become collective products, not the individual work of solitary scholars who then later find each other and use each other to support the work. I mean, of course, I'm not being critical, because that's the way, I mean, that's what we do. But the experience, as Gina pointed out, was really quite remarkable. You know, having to be, having to recognize that one's own ideas are really not that important, you know? I mean, it was so humbling. And of course, we had decided to do the book because we figured out that it would be a really, fast process. We're abolitionists, we're feminists. We've been working together as activists for decades. We know each other's work. So we figured that, we just like, in a couple of months it would be done. But, what was so interesting was that, excuse me, we recognized in the process of doing the preparatory work for the book that we are so different, all of us. And in many instances, the languages that we use were different. The concepts we emphasized were different. The way in which terms are defined are different. Gina is trained in a sort of, you say, interdisciplinary comparative literature. And Erica is an education scholar. Beth is a sociologist, and my training is in philosophy. So at the very beginning, there was a point in which I was saying, we are never going to do this. But what was so remarkable was that in the process of recognizing the differences and embracing them, somehow we were able to produce a collective voice. I mean, I'm not even sure exactly how that happened, because there was a point at which I did not see it as a possibility. But I think we recognized that it was the differences themselves that were important, and that rather than seeking some way of meeting that transcends. I mean, we always talk about transcending difference and all of that. But I think once we embraced the difference, it was the difference itself that helped us to come together. That kind of became the way in which we discovered a collective voice. And in that sense, the very process was a feminist process. So I'm so glad I did that. And I want to really recommend that all of you engage in collective thinking and writing processes, and encouraging students to work with their peers, do collective scholarly work, and getting these, what do you call them, CAP, Committee on Academic Personnel, to recognize that actually they have a tendency to only give you a portion of the credit, a fraction of the credit when you do co-authored text, right? But actually, it's so much harder to write a book together in that way that they should give you twice the credit for co-authored. Anyway, it made me realize the individualism that is so destructive in all of these institutions, and that, of course, comes directly from capitalism. And I'll stop talking right now.
I'm going to ask when we need to say amen here, because I know there are workers that need to go home. If somebody from the organizing committee can let me know that, I'd really be grateful for it. Oh, we got 8 minutes. Do we have more than 8 minutes? Okay, okay. We'll try not to be abusive of that, because people do have dinners and whatnot at home. What I want to sort of go to from this is we often think we live within an academic community. Many of you do. I always was staff, which is not the same at a university as it is if you're faculty. But some of my closest people, including family members, are not academics, and they're very smart people, but they also may say, okay, so words that are commonplace here, that are part of our vernacular, are mystifying elsewhere. So you mentioned two. One is abolition. Now, we may have an idea about abolition in relation to slavery, but we may not be able to imagine it in contemporary society and culture. And so I'd like to ask you to try and make that clear to people who are not trained, who are not social scientists, historians, whatnot, and who may be, as has often been the case in our work with Third World News Review, they may be working on tractors or skip loaders or whatnot. So if you could, there are really two words that I'd like you to elucidate, and this seems kind of silly to ask this at this late stage. There you are. I borrowed that from somebody else earlier because I didn't have one. Just two, although there are others that have come up, so maybe I'll make it three. And you can take up as many of them as want. But the first one, of course, is abolition, or abolitionism, or however you want to frame it. The second is feminist practice, not just, I mean, we think we know what feminism is, maybe, although it's being roundly rejected in much of this country right now. And the other that has come up in more than one presentation today is conjuncture. And it is, I mean, we kind of talk about things like intersectionality, or just to sort of say, how do I relate to this as not an academic, as someone who is concerned about our world and trying to think of ways to move forward in positive rather than regressive ways. And this time, if you don't mind, Angela, I'm going to start with you and then come to Gina.
Well, Elizabeth, I think I would begin by remembering a conference that both Gina and I were involved with, and Avery and others, which was called Critical Resistance Beyond the Prison Industrial Complex, which was held at UC Berkeley in 1998. That conference organizing was a really remarkable experience, and particularly with respect to accessible languages. Let me put it that way. And I know Avery, what was Avery's term? New vocabularies? Well, there was something very specific that I remember her saying at that time. And so what we did was we decided we would not have a panel, a single panel that was totally homogeneous. That is to say, we would not have a panel that consisted of all scholars. We would not have a panel that consisted of all activists, because we recognize that activists also often use specialized languages that are not necessarily accessible to those who are not activists. So it was really an amazing experience again. We wanted to have someone who had the experience of incarceration on each panel. And we wanted to have people who were actually incarcerated on as many panels as possible, which meant that we had to set up telephones and, do the collect telephone calls so that people who were behind bars could actually participate in the conference. And it was a great experiment because we precisely had to demand that we all think deeply about the languages and the modes of communication that we take for granted and that we normally gravitate toward. We had to focus on translating, if necessary, so that it would become clear to people who had not necessarily had the same preparation in terms of technical terms. I think that the work that we do is supposed to make a difference in the social world. And so I think we should always be striving to discover ways in which that can be communicated. Of course, I'm not saying that the technical languages that are used are unnecessary, because they obviously are, but sometimes we can get so caught up in the language that we don't realize that we're not communicating, that we're within the particular theories and methodologies of our discipline, of our field, and the only other people who are able to understand them in that way are those who share that same preparation. So I can go on about that, but let me give this microphone. Oh, okay. See, that's exactly why I wrote down the words. Well, I was going to let you do that, but
yeah, this is how we live. I'll start, at least. But I guess I have to start with a couple of comments just about the setup, because, I agree with you in some part. I also think that we often underestimate people's capacity to understand things, and I think anti-intellectualism is a strong force. I loved what Damien was talking about in the presentation earlier. So I don't necessarily shy away from certain words in talking to people, but I think it's how you enunciate the word, how you stress it, if you give people context clues, if you allow people other ways of entering. It's what stories you tell around the terms. But I don't like to be afraid of those terms, because those terms, okay, let's just say like a silly one from my discipline, deconstruction. Nobody knows what it means anymore because it's come to mean something completely different from what it used to mean. But the point is that words they go from one place to another. So I don't worry about that too much. I also do think that we have a problem in the US, which is not particular in the world, but is almost particular in the world, which is of being, even in a space where there are so many people who speak different languages, we have a monolingualism in our understanding. And so there's a lot of anxiety when people don't understand a word, and then a projection that the person using the word is somehow doing something to you. And so I think that is a contaminating factor in our organizing and in our work and in our teaching and in our intellectual life. And it's even now in the university, you know? Like if you're standing up and giving a lecture and someone says, you know, you're using words we don't understand, I was like, that's the point. You know, wait until it washes over you. The way of language, you know, is something that you assimilate over time. So that's the first thing I would say. And also that, so abolition or any word doesn't have, so this is, she said my background. Most people don't know what my PhD is in. I am a literary scholar by training. And words don't have meanings that then are stable. Right? Those meanings are always shifting, they're always contested. We've been talking about various kinds of contestations here, and the emphasizing Cedric's emphasis on there always being these contestations that are underrepresented even in Black studies and in other spaces. And so I think that we do actually have a popular understanding of the term abolition that does extend from slavery, and it's one of the things that Critical Resistance as a conference was organized to do. And I remember writing, like, we were working on writing the opening section for the program, and writing for the first time, even though we talked about it a lot, that, you know, the transition from slavery abolition to thinking about abolition of prisons, and reckoning with it. I remember talking to Avery a lot about this, as more than an analogy. And Angela was writing at the time about this in terms of the structures and the ways in which those structures are remade post the abolition of slavery into other structures that we were trying to get people to understand. So we are constantly working at the definition of abolition together in community, and people do receive it. And I think they receive it because in communities where you are raised knowing that you come from backgrounds where your people have been enslaved, you are always alert to hearing that term, and you're always remaking that term. And so getting people to understand that living under slavery often looked like what it is to live with the prison industrial complex is really important. And I actually don't think that's very hard for people to understand, except in the ways that, and this is what Cedric and I talked a lot about. We talked a lot, most of what I talked to Cedric about intellectually had to do with forgeries of memory and meaning, because the two of us probably shared most around an interest in the film industry, popular culture, but from a very different vantage point than I think many people. And spending a lot of time talking with him about this, I really feel like it's how I also sophisticated my knowledge and understanding of how to explain what was happening around language and what was happening around the cultural our cultural fabric and the way we were not only internalizing it, but then explaining it to each other and accounting for it in our politics. And so I've not defined any of those terms for you.
May I add something?
Yes, please, go ahead. Tag team.
Yeah, abolition is, it's actually a difficult concept. And as I think back to the way in which we began to utilize the term in relation to slavery, it was not because slavery was abolished. It was precisely because of the failure of anti-slavery abolition. And to use that example as a way of insisting on thinking structurally and in thinking about the process of abolition as one that would involve much more than a myopic focus on the particular institution that is subject to abolition. So I think we embrace the term abolition precisely because of the failure of the historical abolitionist project. And secondly, we insisted on a much more capacious understanding of how the process of abolition could possibly be imagined. And again, not focusing myopically on the particular institution, whether it's the police or the prison, but shifting the question to ways of reimagining the social world in such a way that it would no longer require institutions of violence and repression in order to exist. So I was actually thinking about this. I just did a collection of some of the articles that I wrote during that period. And so I said in the introduction that actually it was about revolution, really. It wasn't simply about getting rid of one institution and allowing everything else to remain the same. It was about remaking the world.
May I follow?
No. Okay, I'm going to let us go till 6:20. All right? Everybody good?
Yeah. Well, I was only going to say, there's too much to say to answer this question, but let's just say a simple way of talking about this in terms of the terms you asked about, abolition and feminism first. The book was really for us about... I know, I'm not there yet. The book was really about the periods between, and people are like, how do we write about, I'm like, I don't know. We didn't think about that. But the relationships between those, so the way that people think of those is full stop, like abolition full stop, feminism full stop. But we wanted to create the compound noun abolition feminism, in which you would not be able to disarticulate one from the other, and actually essentially stress that you couldn't do abolition without feminist praxis, and you could not do feminism without abolitionists imagining and organizing. And so the book is really about the terms, but actually moving people through the working with the terms in such a way that they become something else. And I would say that's something that, yes, you can do it as a scholar, but scholars are often not that good at it. We're very clunky with words a lot of times. You say them over and over again, but they don't seem to carry meaning. So trying to write in such a way that you could allow people to carry different meaning, and also to attach to those terms practices that they already were involved in and engaged in, and allow them to then critically interrogate those practices and that organizing in these languages, and then to develop further, was really part of the book. You can do conjuncture.
I'm gonna.
I was also thinking about.
Sorry, this is how.
This is great.
I was also thinking about the way we decided to lift up projects and organizations that most of which had a very short life, and left, but nevertheless left traces that help to define, I guess I would say, anti-racist, anti-capitalist feminism. in a very different way. And so we recognize that, and this was something that came largely from Erica's amazing grassroots work and her knowledge of the grassroots in Chicago, that sometimes the most important contributions are made by formations that don't have a long life. And then they're forgotten. So we really wanted to emphasize that as a feminist insight, as an important element of feminist practice. And it's also about archives, exactly. And the traces that are left when you can't really access the fullness of the work, but nevertheless, I mean, for example, we found a letter from a feminist group, actually in Santa Cruz, Shayla, a white feminist group. What was the name of it? Yeah, Santa Cruz Women Against Rape. And they wrote this remarkable a letter that criticized the work of the police and defined a method of challenging gender violence that was absolutely non-carceral, that was that one could present as a kind of antidote to carceral feminism. And this was in the 70s. This was in the 1970s. So, yeah.
You know, there are ways that we can always make really straightforward, simple meaning out of things. I don't know is Damien still here or Yousuf? There he is. They had this amazing thing, a portal where they were interviewing some amazing people, and I can't remember the name of the woman right now because I can't remember names anymore. But you understand that? But she said, in response to a question that Damien, or a comment that Damien made, something as simple as, well, why would you want to put people in cages? The end, you know, we can't imagine how to get there, but the other part that leads me to ask the question is that people often have the counter-narrative drilled into them, which is, and this is a 13-year-old's response to my mentioning abolition and saying, you know, like, why would you want to put people in cages? And the response was, what if a bad person comes to my door or my house? And so that is that's always where we end up, or often where we end up, where you can say, well, like, when did a bad person last come to your door? And most people don't have an answer for that. But there are communities right now who insist on policing, communities of color as well as white communities, because they think there's safety there. And so the whole... Do you
think that's changing?
I hope so.
Don't you think? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason I make that point is because, you know, I take seriously Cedric's notion of a collective intelligence that evolves, and in part as a consequence of the activist work that is done. And today, of course, almost everybody knows about abolition. In those days, you said abolition, and people looked at you like something was really wrong. I mean, I had that experience over and over again. And now, it's it's a part of the public vocabulary. I mean, I'm not suggesting that people understand what it actually means, but the fact is that there's like public discourse on abolition, and this is barely, what, 20 years later? Yes. Which is remarkable. And I've often made the point that when we began to do this work, we had no way of imagining that we would actually see the fruits of our activist labor. And we always imagined it, even the you know, not even the acceptance of it, but the transforming it into a public subject so that people would be talking about that would come long after we had passed away. We imagined it as a kind of way of hoping that future generations would carry on the struggle. And so now it's like,
it's like we all would know what yogurt is now, right? I don't want to make light of any of this, but I do want to say that, well, I'm going to say something personal about Cedric and I. Neither of us got everything right. Neither of us was a saint. Sometimes we were grumpy with each other and with others. So if all of this praises song these past 2 days, if we start believing it too quickly, we had a friend way back in the day who would say, you're in trouble when you start believing your own shit. And that is so true. And at the same time, I think it's discouraging if people assume perfection, just a little bit flawed, whatever. So I guess that's where I'd like each of you in my pantheon, extraordinary women, to give, you already did a little bit, Angela, but I'm going to give you more space than that. A message of hope, a message of, what were we calling this at the, not a closing, an opening. So the doors are being thrown open for you all, but please go ahead. And you each get to make a final comment or pose a question or whatever.
Hope. I'm usually, that's usually not hard for me. It's been a little rougher lately. And I felt that here. So I'll just say that since you've taken us back to the book writing and our long relationships, I feel like when Angela was talking about how we didn't think we would live to see the fruits of doing that work, it's not that it was like we're suffering and then hoping there'll be something happens later. It's that the only way to live is in doing that work, and that's where we find the joy and the hope. And we need those practices to be able to sustain that hope. And it's when those practices are disrupted, either violently or otherwise, that it does become really difficult. So, you know, I can't imagine walking out of here today without talking about what we're most attending to now, which is Gaza, Palestine, and then beyond that, settler colonialism, not only abroad, but here, and what it's forcing us all to think about. And so abolition is not the only question that I've been faced with in my own lifetime that's been at the core of my own organizing, but certainly I was brought very young because of family reasons to the question of Palestine. And it was actually because Edward Said was at Columbia when I decided to go to graduate school there, and everyone at the time was like, no one would go to graduate school there, and no one in literature will ever get a job, and that's the end of your career, and I just didn't care. And as it turned out, I landed in a place where many people made that same kind of decision. And so we had this incredible community, because suddenly everyone had gone because they were passionately interested in something with no guarantee of a future, a professional future. And it was the most exciting time for me. And I've carried the lessons of that time and also that choice, you know, into everything that I do. And I think now we're all, I mean, Angela and I talk about this all the time. You know, there's so much horror we could focus on now, but the thing that really is incredible is how people are prepared to meet this moment differently. It took a very long time. It wasn't easy, and so many losses have occurred and are ongoing. But at the same time, we're watching things shift, and that gives me hope, and it gives me hope that we will also be able, through conferences like this and through the people represented in this space, to continue to refine the ways in which we do this and try to bring more love and care into the ways we do this, because I know that's a question a lot of us are asking right now. And to, I guess, do what I think of as intellectual practice, but I know this is not what people normally think of. I mean, I think of like the work to understand what we're doing in organizing and to figure out how to study history in order to bring new questions into those spaces and to help us resolve conflicts with each other and to talk to multiple generations about the work they've been through and the struggles they've been through and to learn from those things. For me, that's an intellectualism. And it's also a way that I want us to think of the university as this kind of space. You know, we spend a lot of time now talking about the university, and even in terms of abolition, people are often saying, abolish the prisons, abolish the university. And I'm quite clear that for me, they're not the same thing. And I'm not, you know, talking about ignoring the history of land-grant institutions and settler colonialism and capitalism and all those forces. I'm not ignoring that. But we are able to do things in universities, and that is why we're under threat. And so I want us to remember that, and I want this conference to help give us all hope for now, and also because we have an archive that can feed the future, that we will be able to have that kind of revolutionary change that Angela is talking about, which will be in every part of life, including in our relations to each other, that will allow us to move away from thinking of our own safety as at the expense of others, and thinking of our own needs as only satisfied at the expense of others. There's this love in this room, and I know that it's going to project outward for a very long time.
Please, go ahead.
You know, I never really imagined that I would witness, you know, some of the developments that I've had the opportunity to witness over the last 4 years. So we're talking about a conjuncture here.
Ah, there we go.
And we're talking about elements of the conjuncture, and one of the very important elements is the work that people have been doing on Palestine forever. You know, even when it was absolutely clear that all of the forces were arrayed against us. And there was this persistence. And I can remember shortly before we did the delegation, we participated in the delegation to Palestine in 2011. It was a women of color scholar activists, indigenous and women of color scholar activist delegation to Palestine. I think, Robin, you went on the one right after that. You know, all of this work is making a difference. So the consequences may not be immediately perceptible. And that's one of the advantages of getting old, I'm telling you. Because you become aware that work that you did decades ago really does make a difference. And you begin to recognize that even, you know, with social media today and the kind of speeding up of time, that it makes a difference even faster than you thought it would. But this, I mean, to me, this is just so exciting. And as Gina was saying before, it's terrible that it's required all of this, you know, genocidal assaults on so many people's lives. But people have responded all over the world. I mean, this is an amazing moment. This is really an absolutely incredible moment. And I think, again, I want to draw on Cedric's analysis of how this kind of collective awareness, collective intelligence comes into being and plays a major role in defining a conjuncture that I think we can date to the summer of 2020, when so many people thought that there were these spontaneous you know, reactions to police violence. But actually, it was the work that has been done for decades and decades against, you know, racist violence. And now we get to experience a moment of possibility. And one of the things I think is that is so important is to not assume that those who are attacking the schools, those who are trying to generate even stronger police forces, are really the stronger historical force. They are the reaction. And they are reacting. They are precisely wanting to, you know, turn the clock back. So I think that that's what can give us hope. And finally, I would like to say I always defer to Mariam Kaba on the question of hope when she points out that, you know, hope is not just an emotion that we experience. It is a discipline. It is something that we must cultivate and develop, because without hope, there is no possibility.
All right, all right, all right.
One other thing. One other thing. No, because you were talking
please.
about when we take ourselves too seriously.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you know, you were talking about.
I probably did.
But we can't take ourselves so seriously as individuals that we think that we have accomplished all of this. But we can, as a collective force, that is what we should be proud of. And that is what we should attempt to encourage in others. I had to get that anti-individualistic thing.
Yes,
And
indeed.
I'm sorry.
Yes, indeed. I would like to invite Charmaine Chua up for a moment. I think there are a couple of things we need to say before we go.
Thank you so much for this beautiful conversation. I'm just going to close us out, and hopefully that will be done in 10 minutes, 5 minutes, for those of you leaving. Not to make you feel bad or anything. Avery Gordon said in her remarks earlier today that to fully grasp the Black radical tradition, we have to step outside the library to do the work of being in the fight, and that being in the fight is part of the work of being a living archive. I just want to acknowledge that people are in the fight everywhere in this room. There are graduate rank and file organizers who have been prepping strike documents between talks. Others who have been running encampments, doing strike turnouts, organizing researchers to opt out of defense funding, and so much more. And we've also spoken a lot about Cedric people, about the community that has been built around and by the Robinsons over decades this weekend. But we also haven't had as much of an opportunity as we'd like to build the many new communities that we hope will arise out of this living archive. So at the end of this conference, I just want to recognize those who have been unacknowledged in this room. And I'm just going to call out a series of prompts, and I'd like to invite you to stand if you identify. And you're probably going to stand a couple of times, so feel free to sit back down after I call one of the things out, just so that we can recognize the living archive that is here right now. Please stand if you are a graduate student at UCSB. Please stand. You're going to do a lot of clapping, so maybe we can save the clapping for, I don't know, clap, do whatever you want. Please stand if you are a graduate student who traveled from out of town for a long way to come to this conference. And I'm asking these folks to stand because I hope that all the faculty and incredible speakers in the room might find some time to meet and talk with graduate students while they are here who have come a long way to learn from you. I know we have so much to learn from you as well. Please stand if you are an undergraduate at UCSB. Actually, a group of 17 students from Occidental College who traveled from LA for today, who might have left. All right. Please stand if you are a scholar or faculty member who traveled from out of town, some even from Australia, to attend this conference. And please stand if you are a scholar or faculty member who teaches and labors on this campus at UCSB. So I just want to note that tomorrow's informal breakfast discussion is dedicated time to getting to talk with each other about ways forward from this conference, and it's the time that I hope we'll be able to be in conversation and build these new communities. And now for those in the fight. Please stand if you are a graduate organizer in the UC system who has been on strike this past week. Please stand if you are a graduate organizer in the UC system who will be on strike next week. Please stand if you are part of Researchers Against War who have been organizing researchers to opt out of defense funding and organizing university workers to divest from the university as a point of knowledge production for the war machine. Please stand if you have been a part of or have been an organizer of student encampments anywhere across the globe. Please stand if you are an organizer or are organizing around prison and police abolition, about which we have talked so much about in this last panel. Please stand if you are a member of students, academics, or faculty for justice in Palestine. Please stand if you are an artist or a media maker, a community radio worker whose media and artwork gives our movements their poetry and art and amplify their power. Please stand if you have worked to pass a ceasefire or divestment resolution in your union, your institution, your faculty senate, your academic association. And I know there will be many other ways that people are in this struggle, so please stand if you have organized in any other way to demand our collective freedom. Hell yes. Finally, they've been thanked many times already, but I just want to invite the National Advisory Committee and the local conference organizing committee to come up front, and I'm just going to read their names. Diane Fugino, Maricela Marquez, Hamza Baig, Gary Colmenar, Charlie Hale, Chase Hobbs Morgan, Chris McCauley, Anam Mehta, Zach McLean, Joseph D. Philippe, HLT Kwan, Jean Shepper, and Tiffany Willoughby Herard. And I'd also like to call all the invited speakers up here to thank them for the immense power of their work and their words and care and love here this weekend. As well as all moderators. Everybody come on stage. Finally, to speak of the unacknowledged and under-recognized, I want to say a final word about Elizabeth Robinson. I never knew Cedric Robinson, but I do know Elizabeth. And in becoming, a part of her community in the last 5 years, I have learned one thing, that for every great intellectual whose work and thinking and organizing we've come to learn from and love, there is somebody like Elizabeth, a partner whose labor of love goes unacknowledged and under-recognized or unrecognized for decades, who preserve the archive, who ensure the living memory of their partners, who build communities around those archives, and whose own community work and immense intellectual work, like Elizabeth's decades in radio, do not surface often in publications we get to read and often do not surface in archives at all. And so, as so many speakers this weekend have recognized, they are also our backbones and also the ghosts of some of the greatest archives that we know. This conference can barely recognize the immense labor of love that Elizabeth has poured into making the archive of the Black radical tradition available to us. And so our gratitude is immeasurable. So I'm just going to call HQ and Tiffany up. I believe they have something for Elizabeth, and after that, we'll just turn the mic over to Elizabeth for a final word.
So I have the distinction, Elizabeth.
Okay, you gotta
Yeah.
talk into that
Yeah.
thing.
Okay. So I have the distinction on behalf of all of these people here. They didn't even know that we were doing this, but we're doing this. We've thanked Cedric so many times in our lives to him, and we try so many ways to also thank you. Because without you, he would not have been half of an effective teacher as he was. And he was a very effective teacher. But you are also a teacher. So I want you to remember that, okay? You are my dearest friend. You are my friend and sister, and
Yes.
could be an aunt if you want to be, but you are, first and foremost, our deepest, dearest, and most loving teacher. We have lots of people who want to speak. We have boomies. We have boomies. That's the, I think, the Arabic word for howling owls, crying, howling owls. So I get the designation of someone who could speak without howling. So. There's a howler right here.
Yeah. The boomy, that's the word that I grew up with, because there were lots of boomies in my family. I happened not particularly to be one, so, though my daughter sometimes is. And I do want to acknowledge her. Our work She sort of alluded to this the other night, but sometimes our work intruded on her life, sometimes in ways she liked and sometimes not so much. So if any of you don't know who Bork was, an almost Supreme Court guy, Najda had nightmares that he was going to come to our house. So I really want to thank her again. My grandson is here, my brother is here, my brother-in-law is here. My friends, I mentioned the other night, Kasahun Chakol, who is the publisher of the extraordinary Africa World Press, that has really like a 1 or 2 or 3 person operation, published, I was told the other day, 4,000 books since he and I were in grad school together. So I want to acknowledge him. Abebe Zagea, who has come from the UK, is with us as well. And then there's my old redneck friend, our old redneck friend, Tom Denyer, who's a South Texas boy, came to Binghamton with us and lives in Bandera, Texas, and has come here to celebrate all of this. And then all of you, there's no way, you know, at the end of this, I would normally do something, or you would do something that went like, Otis Madison, presente. Clyde Woods, presente. Cedric Robinson, presente. Those are just little beginnings. We really are here collectively, and I love you all. And the success or failure of the archive is whether you decide to use it. And I've always said, we've done what we did, and Cedric's done what he did, but you've still got work ahead of you, and it's really great. It's really great. Two last things. First of all, Charlie Hale is standing at the back there, And my conversations with him and Henry Yang resulted in this happening. And also, Shannon, I want you to know these people because you get to go to them. Shannon O'Neill is from the Tamament at NYU, and it is another beleaguered university. We have choices of having universities right now, like this, or having empty classrooms and where you can learn at your desk at home. So we need to be serious about using these spaces. And I think with that, I'm a proud member of AJP, even though I have no credentials. And I also just want to say it is so important, but it is also so tiny in terms of where we are and what we need to do. And then I guess finally, my dream was to have these two women up here, and I want to thank them and give them a hug.
I also wanted to give a special thank you for the extraordinary, massive labor of love that Charmaine Chua has put into this conference. Thank you so much, Charmaine, for all that you do on this campus especially. KCSB for being here. They have done a massive job on the sound and on tabling outside, so thank you so much.
Somebody seemed to have dropped the little key card for the hotel in the front. I picked it up, but I had mine loose, so I'm just gonna